It's funny, Adam. I didn't even notice that, and that's mainly because I don't pay much attention to what he says. Just Mark today. I'm solo. I can tell by the lack of enthusiasm from the audience. You must have known David wasn't going to be here. You're stuck with me today, everybody. And an unbelievably good show. Guest after guest after guest. I almost packed two more in. I almost did a father-son thing for the first hour, but I thought I'd let the kids sleep. And I almost brought Felipe in for a segment in the 9, but too much to get through. Didn't want to give you guys NBA when there's NFL to talk about. As I can tell by the lack of people in the chat room or on Twitch, whatever. But thank those of you that are here. Good morning.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Do not sleep on the NFL. That is evident after last night. Hello, good morning, and welcome to a Football Friday. I won't grovel and do it a second time because I'm solo today, so that Football Friday will probably only happen that one time. Let's give this a shot for David's sake, shall we? How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, a Football Friday edition after the best Thursday night football game of the year. Unbelievable last night. Seattle snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. And like I said when I opened, do not sleep on the National Football League. And I say that because I almost did. I almost did. Last night with LA comfortably in front, Sam Darnold throws his second interception of the night while Seattle was driving. And I said, I'll be damned. I get to go to bed a little bit early. So I shut the lights out. I locked the doors. I turned the alarm on. I crawled into bed with my phone, and I said, let's just check the score quickly before I go to bed. And I went, I'll be damned. They ran a punt back. Wait a minute. Do they have the ball already? What the hell just happened? I went back out just in time to see Sam Darnold hit Barner for the touchdown to close it to within 2, and then the strangest 2-point conversion that I've ever seen. I don't know about you, but certainly the strangest one that I've ever seen, and we've got ourselves a football game. What an amazing win for Seattle. 3 consecutive 2-point conversions. They go for it at the end. They get the win. And the team that everyone, including Vegas, had as the odds-on favorite to win the Super Bowl are no longer leading their division. They are no longer the 1 seed. And Seattle, if they can win out, well, all roads in the NFC will go through the 12th man in Seattle and maybe the most underrated crowd in the National Football League. What a scene last night in Seattle. What a win last night for the Seahawks. And LA has to be kicking themselves for that one. They had plenty of opportunities in the first half to even make that lead bigger than it was. But they settled for field goals a couple of times. They didn't convert on a 4th down. And Seattle kept coming, and Seattle kept coming. And damned if Sam Darnold, who out there didn't think when he threw that second pick that this was Sam Darnold again? That, okay, we saw this last year with the Vikings in the last game against Detroit and then in the playoff game that he threw a bunch of picks. And this guy in the moment couldn't get it done. And LA's the team to beat. Come on, you had to be thinking that heading into the fourth quarter and then in the fourth quarter when he threw the interception. We all were. I mean, maybe Herbstreit wasn't because he thought Sam Bradford was quarterback instead of Sam Darnold, but that's on him. And then the Seahawks came through. And the other thing that we talked about on this show earlier in the week is that if Seattle were to win that game, well, yeah, sure, they're the 1 seed for the moment, but look out, still on the horizon are the San Francisco 49ers, because there's 1 game left between the teams, and San Francisco with just a few games left, all battered up. They're at 10-4. But if the San Francisco 49ers win out, they will be the 1 seed. The NFC West, clearly the best division in football. And last night proved it with a thriller, unbelievable game. And the Seahawks with the overtime win, 3 consecutive 2-point conversions, the second one to tie, and then after the Rams march down and score in overtime, well, you got to like the new rules now. I mean, both teams getting in possession. That proved what that can give us, and it gave us a Seattle victory last night. Thanks so much for joining us, Miller and Moulton, on a Football Friday. David has the day off. It is his birthday, and it would be fun to do the show with him on his 60th. However, David had a little dental work done yesterday, and he's in no condition to do a show today. So he is very much warranted in getting a day off, and we wish him well, and I hope everybody can send him an edible arrangement. Hopefully you get the joke. We have a packed show lined up for you today, a terrific show. We will talk gambling with Lee Sterling coming up at 7 o'clock this morning, because yesterday you may have noticed, a little behind the scenes, both of us had some things to do. David had his surgery. I had a doctor's appointment that I couldn't move past the show, something that I had to get done. So we kind of tricked you yesterday. We kind of played a couple of segments from earlier in the week, replayed Pat Kirwan from Tuesday, and a couple of other things. So for those of you wondering why there wasn't an hour 3 or an hour 4 on the podcast, wondering why when we did the good, the bad, and the ugly, and today was the day when it was the wrong day, well, that's just the way it worked out. We had to pull a fast one on you, and we didn't really say much about it yesterday, but I'll come clean today and let you know why that happened. But Lee Sterling will join us. Roy Cummings will join us to talk the Bucs in the 7 o'clock hour today. It is a Football Friday. That means Pat Kirwan to talk about that great game from last night and look ahead, because there are some big games Saturday. We've got Chicago and Green Bay with the division still on the line in the NFC North, and you Lions fans out there pulling for the Packers because you need to have your shot at the Bears week 18, game 17, to get into the wild card if you still think that's a possibility. and then Bucs and Panthers. So we'll talk to Roy about that one for first place in the division. And Broncos Jags. JP Shadrick will join us at 9 o'clock to talk about really the best game of the weekend that unless you're in Jacksonville or in Denver, you won't see, because the national game is Lions and Steelers. And tonight, the college football playoff gets started. Alabama in Oklahoma, second meeting between the two teams. The Sooners won the first one in Tuscaloosa. Tonight it's in Norman, and we'll see if Alabama or Oklahoma will move on to take on the number one seed, the Indiana Hoosiers. That's right, it's football, not basketball. Indiana, the number one seed in the land. And then tomorrow at noon, let's go. Canes and A&M. Gary Ferman will join us in the 8 o'clock hour to talk about Miami. And that's what I wanted to get to, because last night's NFL game was terrific, obviously, and we'll spend plenty of time talking about the National Football League throughout the show today. But the question that I ask everyone, and the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line is always open, and I love that many of you commented about yesterday's show or sent some text during the game last night. But I ask all of you, Pelican Roofing of Florida text line or the YouTube or Twitch chat rooms, youtube.com/Miller and Moulton, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton, if you want to watch and listen to the show or just want to pick it up on your phone as you're driving around one of the many places where Miller and Moulton can be heard. Do the Canes have to win tomorrow to justify the committee? Now, that's Miller and Moulton, think the committee got it right, because head-to-head matters to us. But the way that the committee played this out, Alabama jumped ahead of Notre Dame, even though there were no games. Notre Dame's win against Auburn was that significant that it moved them past the Irish. And we all know why. It gave the committee a buffer that if craziness happened and Duke won the ACC against Virginia and Texas Tech beat BYU, who was at 11 in the polls, and Miami was at 12. Well, they had said all throughout the process that Notre Dame and Miami weren't in the same tier, so head-to-head didn't matter. When BYU lost, they dropped a spot. That meant Miami moved up one. And Miami then passed Notre Dame, as we all know now, to make the college football playoff. Does Miami have to win to justify the committee selecting them in the college football playoff? That's going to be our poll question today. I'll get it up first break. You can vote on that Mark Miller, or Miller_Moulton on X. You obviously can text me your thoughts on that as well. So the college football playoff tonight, I don't want to say a juicy NFL Sunday, because there are good games, but then there are a lot of duds. I mean, there really are when you look at the whole slate. Tomorrow night, though, Bears and Packers, first place on the line. Chargers, Cowboys. Cowboys are favored at home against the Chargers, who are trying to maybe get that 4 seed, battling with Buffalo for playoff positioning. Tampa Bay and Carolina. Bucs favored on the road. The division still very much to be determined, because 2 meetings between the Bucs and the Carolina Panthers. And the way the Bucs have been playing, there are no guarantees. And Carolina's been pretty damn good at home all season long. And then Jags and Broncos, the featured game that none of you will see unless you have Sunday ticket or are in one of the markets. Obviously, our Jacksonville market will be able to watch the game. But the rest of us better find another way at 4 o'clock to get that one. But do the Canes need to win to justify the committee picking them? I don't think so. But I've read and heard many people who think there's more on the line for the Canes. I do think it's big for the ACC. The ACC needs to win a game in this tournament. The ACC is, battling the Big 12 for who's that other conference. And there's obviously a canyon, not only financially, but on the field, between the SEC, Big 10, and everyone else. And to me, if the Canes go in and beat A&M, and A&M really hasn't done much this year. They beat Notre Dame early. But since that Notre Dame win, they had the easiest SEC schedule out there. When they went and played Texas, they didn't look good in the game against the Longhorns. But Kyle Field's a tough place to play. And the Canes and Beck in particular, when big games are there, Beck doesn't always deliver. If things get off course for Carson Beck, he runs into trouble. Will he do that tomorrow? David gave me all of his picks. I have all of mine. We'll go through the bracket. I'll let you know how I filled out my college football bracket. Lee Sterling coming up in 45 minutes time to give us his picks right here on Miller and Moulton. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
When Glass Doctor replaces your windshield, we don't just send you on your way, we send you off protected. Your local Glass Doctor includes the industry's only 12-month windshield protection plan at no extra cost. That means unlimited chip repairs and even a one-time replacement if needed. High-quality service backed by real peace of mind, right here in your neighborhood.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Exclusions apply. See your local Glass Doctor for details.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The Dolphin side shade, Kevin Ball. I do know that. But, you know, I mean, it's not going to be that hot. I mean, it's going to be 80 on Sunday, but it's, you know, it's not like a September game. I'd keep waiting, Kevin Baugh. Pretty good seats for 157 I see on StubHub. Row 18 on the Dolphin sideline.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Welcome back, Miller and Moulton on a football Friday. No, I'm not going to say it twice all day. That would be a little much even for me. Great game last night. Seattle taking control in the NFC. Are we ready for a Seattle-Denver Super Bowl? Those two teams could be the 1 seeds, but I do think it's wide open. And I have to believe no matter where the game is played, and maybe I'm nuts, but wherever the game is played, if Seattle and the Rams play again, and if it's for the NFC title or it's somewhere else in the playoffs, I think the Rams have the edge. What's astonishing to me about last night and the Seattle comeback, Seattle throws the pick. They're down 16. It looks like the game's over. But the total plays for that game were 88 for the Rams, 63 for Seattle. Now, usually, I mean, first off, that's a tremendous amount. I mean, even with overtime, for the Rams to run 88 offensive plays, that's a lot of plays in a game. That's a lot on a defense. And think about that, because the last 2 possessions in the fourth quarter, the Rams went 3 and out both times. The Seattle defense got better in the fourth quarter despite having LA run all of those plays. And you look back in the first half, I know at one point in the first half, the plays were 31-11. But I think the score was still 7-6, maybe 13-7. But the Rams were unable to convert on some touchdowns. And yes, that first touchdown, I think should have counted. I mean, the rules official in the booth said it shouldn't have been called. McVay was beside himself on the ineligible man downfield on a pass play from the 1. So the breaks didn't go maybe LA's way there. And Puka, who has had a hell of a week. I mean, first off, you know, he made his little dance and people got bothered. I saw it. Look, I wish I would have asked Seth during the week if it offended him. There were Jewish people that were offended, and if they're offended, that's enough. A show host in New York talked about it and said he was Jewish. He goes, he didn't even know it was an offensive dance. So Puka had to apologize for that. If you don't know, go look it up. It was an anti-Semitic dance, apparently, that he did. And then he made the comments about the referees, in which he said they throw flags to get on television. Then he goes for 225 last night, has just a monster game. And after the game, tweeted out something to the effect of, thank the stripes. I mean, he's doubling down on this. That's a bold move. You do need those guys to make a call for you from time to time, I should say. But he and they can play, and last night somehow didn't get it done. I mean, like I said, I was stunned. I was ready to go to bed. I thought that sucker was over. And 3 for 3 on 2-point conversions. Seattle's now leading the division, despite Stafford throwing for 457 and Puka going for 225. The play's 88-63, and Seattle's the winner. That's not supposed to happen, but that's what happened. I don't think we're going to get those type of fireworks tonight. Alabama and Oklahoma. We get the college football playoffs started on a Friday night. Hope you're ready. Here it comes. 1 tonight, 3 tomorrow. First 2 games are probably, well, not probably, the first 2 games are the best 2 games, without a doubt. Alabama and Oklahoma, which offense can get it done? Which quarterback can get it done? One likes to throw it. One has a little bit more ability to run the football in Mateer. So can Oklahoma, who has been living and dying by the turnover this year, create turnovers against Alabama? Alabama, can they find a way to run the football against Oklahoma's terrific defense? I don't expect a lot of points in this game. I think it's low scoring. Does that favor Oklahoma? Does the home field advantage mean anything? We've got college football playoff games on campus this weekend. Oklahoma hosting Alabama tonight. A&M hosting the Canes tomorrow. And when the Canes played there last time, people thought that the crowd had an effect. That was a night game. This is an 11 a.m. Central start. Does that make a difference for Miami? You know, both of these teams, when you look at the Canes and A&M, are incredibly strong at the line of scrimmage. A&M's got a terrific line. And Miami's defensive front has 2 guys that are going to be good on Sunday. I mean, Bain's going to get drafted top 10 for sure, probably top 5. He's a stud. A&M, a little bit more, I mean, obviously more of a dual threat quarterback. Carson Beck likes to drop back and pass. I think the best, receiver plays for Miami. That kid's a stud. So how does this game work out? And then the 2 games that ESPN sold off. Tulane and Ole Miss for the second time. Obviously, Lane is gone. But Summerall, the coach of Tulane, what a great speech he gave yesterday. What a great gesture. He gave $100,000. Sure, he could give more, but he gave $100,000 to the NIL. If you're a Florida Gator fan right now, and I know you wanted Lane, and I don't know if you got the right guy. I don't know. Can he go from Tulane to Florida and have the success that you Gator fans expect? But in a day when coaches are leaving and seemingly just get me out of here, I'm done, don't care about the last job. He spoke yesterday eloquently about how he wants Tulane to succeed going forward. And more importantly, and I think to a lot of you, and I mean, if you're a Gator fan, to me, I would be very excited about this. Yesterday, I don't want to say changed my perspective, but made me think a lot more highly of your new head coach. When he talked yesterday about how much Tulane means to him and how when he comes back and how after he leaves, it's important how he's thought of. Lane's never going to be able to go back to Oxford, if you know what I mean. I mean, he goes back for a road game with LSU, but the greeting he's going to receive when he returns. It's going to be boos. It's going to be hatred. He's going to need a damn police escort everywhere he goes. And it's very different jumping from one SEC school to another SEC school. I'm not a fool. I understand that. But Summerall spoke about how important it is to leave the place better than you found it and wishing success for them going forward. And he gave a sizable donation to their NIL and talked about how this is kind of home to him. He had kids born while he worked there. It means something to him. Obviously for his stepping stone for his career, but what he built. And he said, I hope this is just the beginning for Tulane. And I got to tell you, if I'm a Gator fan, I feel pretty good about my coach today. There are great unknowns. This is a big step up. By no means does that speech mean the Gators are all of a sudden going to be a 10-win team and a playoff team next year. But when there are a lot of guys out there who we aren't sure if they're good guys, He seems like one. Does that matter for a college football coach? Of course not. What matters is whether you win games, whether you can get players, and whether you can continue to win. That's all that matters. You can be the best guy in the world, and if you lose, they'll run you out. Hell, you can be the best guy in the world and not win enough, and they'll still run you out. Ask Mark Richt, one of the best human beings on all accounts that anybody knows. And Georgia said, we need someone who can win more. So it doesn't mean everything, but I'm happy if I'm a Gator fan today with the choice that you made at head coach. Starting five next. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
This December, watch the nation's best high school basketball players compete in the City of Palms Classic. Fort Myers will once again welcome future college and NBA stars as they square off at Suncoast Arena from December 18th through the 23rd. Come see Southwest Florida's own Bishop Verot versus Barron Collier on Sunday night, December 21st. For tournament information, please visit cityofpalmsclassic.com. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I don't know how he took a step back last night, Canada Relief. He threw for 457. I mean, I know they went 3 and out on 2 straight drives in the fourth. And yeah, they got a couple field goals early. One should have been a tutty. But man, you can't put that on Stafford. Yeah, Sonny, there's no doubt. Good morning, Paula. There's no doubt that, and this means nothing, but everything Summerall's done so far has been fantastic. It's Summerall. I said it wrong. It's Summerall. That's on me. It's Summerall. You're right. I said it incorrectly, Pius. Knew it when I did it. But at that point, what the hell are you going to do? It's just hard when a guy named Summerall was such a big part of football for so long. Summerall is how you say it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Miller and Moulton, Football Friday. Thanks so much for joining me today. Great show lined up for you. We are packed with guests. David has the day off. I would love to say that David simply took the day off because it's his 60th birthday, and I wish him the happiest of birthdays and hope that today goes as well for him as possible. But he had oral surgery yesterday, and if you know anything about Miller and Moulton, we do not take days off. It is something we do not like to do. Unfortunately, we have some things going on that are causing us to have to arrange our schedules, and this was the best way for David to be able to do the show on Monday and only miss one day. So we wish David the best, a speedy recovery, and hope the pain pills work. That's really what I'm hoping for, that he can, kick back and not be in a whole lot of pain today. He says he will be back on Monday. I would be shocked if he wasn't. I know him too well. David, this is killing him today to not be here for a Football Friday, but it was something that had to happen. Yesterday, he had his oral surgery. I actually had to have a nuclear stress test yesterday, and they don't do those late in the day. I had to be there at 9 a.m., so we kind of put a little couple of hours from earlier in the week in the show yesterday. That's why there were only 2 hours available for those of you that download the podcast. That's why those of you on Twitch and YouTube saw us disappear after the 7 a.m. hour yesterday. So that's what's going on. We've always been pretty transparent. I did pass. The heart works. I will say it was a lot of fun because, they stick all those things on you. And you got to get on the treadmill and do all that crap. And not only, I happen to eat a little too much information, but I have hair. And then they have to shave it. And then they have to take a little piece of sandpaper and scrape more off. I was literally jumping up and down while they were doing that. And the two nurses laughed at me hysterically. So for any of you who like to see me get a little pain inflicted upon me, it happened yesterday. Now it is time for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
Starting Five brought to you by Lee County. Building a better community through BST. That's business, sports, and tourism. We start where we always do, with the National Football League. Seattle 38-37 in overtime. It was 30-14 when Darnold threw his second INT. Seattle stormed back. A 58-yard punt return by Rashad Shaheed and 2 TDs from Darnold. Seattle goes 3 for 3 on 2-point conversions, including one that was a deflected pass that was a lateral that bounced off the hands of the LA defender and went into the end zone and was calmly picked up by the Seattle running back. Upon further review, it was scored good. That tied the game. The Rams scored first in overtime, took a 7-point lead, but Seattle, behind Sam Darnold, drove the ball down the field. They would score, get their third 2-point conversion, 38-37, your final. Seattle, right now, the 1 seed. Matt Stafford in the loss threw for 457 yards and 3 touchdowns. Puka Nacua, 12 catches for 225 yards. The Rams had 25 more plays from scrimmage than Seattle, but 2 3-and-outs in the fourth quarter let Seattle back in the game. The Jags inked Jacoby Myers to a 3-year deal, $60 million total, 40 of it guaranteed for the receiver that the Jags traded for earlier this year. The Colts opened their practice window for Anthony Richardson. He has 21 days to be activated from the injured reserve. And Rome Odunze and Luther Burden III are both out for Chicago versus Green Bay. Christian Watson, Josh Jacobs, both listed as questionable. NCAA, Oklahoma is now a 1.5-point favorite tonight against Alabama. The game opened with Bama as a 1.5-point favorite, so it's completely flipped in a short time. Indiana expected to give their offensive coordinator Mike Shanahan a 3-year deal. He's been with Cignetti all the way back to 2016 and has followed him along every step of the way, and now going to be there until 2028. Will Muschamp, who was working as an advisor for Georgia, named the new defensive coordinator at Texas. And Ohio, with their for-cause reason for firing their head coach, finally came out and said why yesterday. Brian Smith was fired over an affair with an undergraduate and also public intoxication at a team event. TCU's quarterback Josh Hoover, the latest to enter the portal. He will not play in the Alamo Bowl. He will be highly sought after as a QB. And finally, the Xbox Bowl last night. I know you were waiting for the score in this one. I was so excited. It's the only damn score I didn't write down. I had to look it up. Arkansas State in a thriller beat Missouri State 34-28. Only one game with the ranked team in college hoop last night. Georgia now 9-1. Yes, Georgia, they're ranked 25th in the country. They beat Western Carolina by 30. Charleston Southern beat North Florida 113-90. Big night in the association, 12 games. The Heat snap a 5-game losing streak, winning 106-95. Hero did not play, but Kel'el Ware had 22 points and 12 rebounds. Norman Powell, 24 in the win for the Heat. Denver, solid victory at home against Orlando, 126-115. The Joker did what he always does, 23, 13, and 11, another triple-double. And Jokic now is the career leader, all-time career leader in assists for centers. He passed Kareem Abdul-Jabbar last night. Jamal Murray had 32. Denver's 6th straight win. Banchero, he had a triple-double, 26, 16, and 10 in the loss. It's his 3rd career triple-double. Dallas blew an 18-point third-quarter lead, but held on to beat Detroit 116-114 in overtime. Cooper Flagg, another solid game, 23-10 for the rookie from Duke. Cade Cunningham had 29 in the loss for the Pistons. The Knicks came from behind and beat Indiana 114-113. Brunson had 25, knocked down a triple with 5 seconds left, and OG Anunoby stole the incoming inbounds pass to seal the victory for the Knicks. Atlanta, they lost to Charlotte 133-126. Trae Young back in the lineup, first time since late October after spraining his MCL. Jalen Johnson had 43 in the loss. Trae Young had just 8 points in the game. LaMelo Ball, 28 for Charlotte. OKC, they do what they do. They win. They win all the time. They did it again last night, 122-101. Kawhi, 22 in the loss. SGA, 32 points last night. That's 98 consecutive games where he's had at least 20 points. It's the second longest streak of such in NBA history. The Thunder, 13-0 at home on the season. San Antonio, a winner last night at home against Washington, 119-94. 6 in double figures for the Spurs, including Wemby, who had 15, 8, 4 assists, and 4 blocks in limited minutes as he's returning from the calf strain. The Pelicans in overtime beat Houston. New Orleans overcame a 25-point third-quarter deficit, 3 in a row for New Orleans. They won 3 of their first 25 and now have won 3 in a row. Brandon Ingram, 29 for Toronto as they beat Milwaukee, 111-105. Giannis out for the 5th straight game. Phoenix, a 99-98 win over Golden State. Jordan Goodwin, a free throw with 0.4 seconds left. Devin Booker had 23 of those in the second half. It was a little tighter than that because Dylan Brooks had a flagrant 1 with 38 seconds left. Steph hit 2 free throws, and Jimmy Butler hit a 3 to tie it before the Goodwin free throw won it for Golden State. The Lakers behind 45 for Luka. He had 14 rebounds and 11 assists, his 5th triple-double this year, as the Lakers beat Utah in a high-scoring affair, 143-135. LeBron, 28 points, 10 assists in the win for the Lakers. And Portland bested Sacramento in overtime, 134-133. Other NBA news, and I think this is a good thing. I know we've got a couple of T-Wolves fans in our Twitch chat room at least. Minnesota hired Kevin Garnett as a team ambassador, and they also announced they will retire his number 1 jersey. Kevin Garnett would not allow the T-Wolves with their past owner. He had a beef with the owner. It goes back to how they handled Flip Wilson after he had passed, and Garnett didn't like it at all and refused to let them retire his jersey with the former owner. So A-Rod and Mark Lowry got it done, and the 21 is going to be retired as it should be with the T-Wolves. KG is their all-time leader in nearly every stat. To the NHL we go, where Tampa lost last night. They are 2-6-1 in their last 9. The Kings defeat Tampa 2-1. Kempe, 2 goals for the Kings. Ottawa blanks Pittsburgh 4-0. Brady Tkachuk with a couple of goals. Allmark, 23 saves in the shutout. McDavid, a shorthanded goal and a helper as Edmonton beats Boston 3-1, 4 of 5 wins for Edmonton. The Wild scored 3 in the third, 2 of them albeit empty netters. They beat Columbus 5-2. That's 6 in a row for Minnesota. Chicago had just 15 shots on goal. Montreal beat them 4-1. Washington blanked Toronto 4-0. Logan Thompson, the goaltender, his 2nd shutout of the season. Buffalo won their 4th straight game. They defeated Philadelphia 5-3. The Rangers, with an overtime goal from JT Miller, defeat St. Louis 2-1. Calgary 4-2 over Seattle. And Dallas, behind 2 goals from Wyatt Johnston, defeat San Jose 5-3. Sad news yesterday in NASCAR. Former driver Greg Biffle, his wife, his son, and his daughter, along with 3 others, died in a plane crash an hour north of Charlotte. Biffle was 55 years old. And that is the starting 5, brought to you by Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism. Whew. It's a lot of work for one guy. I was doing that last night and this morning. Man, David does yeoman's work for that thing. I just got to find three cute stories for the end of the show and look up some history. I can do that any time in the day. The alarm went off a little earlier than normal this morning. I need a little bit more coffee. And after my stress test yesterday when I couldn't have any, I'm doubling down on the caffeine today. Fired up. And I hope you are too on a Football Friday. Show just getting started. Great guest lineup today. We are very excited that you are listening. Well, I'm very excited because David has the day off, so there's really no we involved. There's usually a we. Today, it's just a me. Lee Sterling coming up top of the hour. We'll talk to Roy Cummings as well in the 7 o'clock hour. A little Bucs talk with him. They've got a big one against Carolina for first place in the division. Pat Kirwan to recap last night's great game between Seattle and the Rams, and then to look ahead to all of the big games this weekend, including the Broncos and the Jags, the Packers and the Bears, the Lions and the Steelers. Big game for both of those teams, and obviously Tampa Bay and Carolina as well. Gary Ferman to talk about the Canes playoff game tomorrow at noon against Texas A&M, and J.P. Shadrick to talk about the Jags and the Broncos. Seattle, now the 1 seed in the NFC. Can they hold on to that They still have to go to San Francisco. San Francisco, if they run the table, a team we haven't talked about all year other than how injured they are. And now that Brock Purdy's back and looking pretty good, McCaffrey, obviously, everybody just expects an injury from him. He's having a terrific season that no one's paying attention to. And as it was pointed out in the Twitch chat room, there's not been MVPs who don't win the division. Is Stafford still the first choice for the MVP? I think so. After last night, how could you deny it? 457 yards in the game? He was brilliant. And should have probably scored a few more. Should that game have even gone to overtime if they give the Rams that early touchdown because of the illegal man downfield penalty that, boy, was suspect. It was suspect. So those are a few of the things we'll talk about with Pat. Lee Sterling coming up to make his picks. I will make my picks. I have David's. And based on his record, well, with me, it depends on the week. I'm below 500. David, on the other hand, has had a rough year. Maybe me picking for David will be just what the doctor ordered. We'll go through the NFL games as well, and obviously look ahead to the college football playoff. Lee Sterling coming up on the other side. A Football Friday edition of Miller and Moulton. Football season is celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
The holidays are here, and we're wall-to-wall with thousands of GIA diamonds, 350 diamond bracelets, 225 pair of diamond studs, and thousands of other fine jewelry pieces, including Rolex watches.
And this is where Todd and I come in. We're in the store, right here with you, making sure you get the best value.
With this kind of selection and us guiding you through it, your gift will be the star of the season.
Visit the Diamond District today. Hablamos Español.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Morning.
Good morning, Lee.
Good morning.
How are you?
Yep. What are you doing? Anything special
For what?
next week or so?
I mean, I always, we do that. We copied that Italian tradition. I always make the 7 fishes dinner on Christmas Eve,
Okay.
and then a prime rib on Christmas Day.
Love
I
it.
like to cook, so I handle all of that.
Okay.
How about you?
We're in the middle of Hanukkah, so my daughter comes home from New York City tonight, and she actually got she's going to be the understudy to a lead on a show that's coming over from London, and it's going to be in Wilmington, Delaware for 3 weeks in February and early March, and then probably transferring to either off Broadway or Broadway. So she found out
Excellent. Good
yesterday.
for her.
Yeah.
Good for her.
Yeah. Good news. Good news right before the holidays.
Now, obviously, this isn't. I mean, does she have another job as she's doing all? Oh, you walked away.
Yeah, she's a bartender and she does social media for that restaurant.
So she's the typical New York actor.
Yep, she is right now.
A restaurant until you can get a gig, right?
Yeah, they say she's going to make it. I mean, we think the girl that beat her out. The only reason the other girl won is number one, it's for like a mid-30s girl and she's 26. But she can sing, and her acting might be better than her singing, and she's known for her singing and her belting. So
Good for her.
We'll see. Just the two of us today.
Yeah, David had oral surgery yesterday, so he's
okay.
out of commission today.
Okay, all right. So, yeah. Here we go. Unless something happens, if maybe something happens with Miami and they win, maybe we'll do something next week. But the week after, not next week. The week.
You're
after.
listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Well, that's only half true on a football Friday. David has the day off today. He had a little dental work done yesterday, or some oral surgery, so David has the day off. It's also his birthday. No one else celebrates their 60th birthday with oral surgery and all kinds of pain other than one David Moulton. But it's the day he could fit in with his schedule, not only with us, but Monday Night Football and everything else. So we're wishing David not only a happy birthday, but a get well soon. But it is that time once again for Lee Sterling. Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com, 1-800-400-9741 for ParamountSports.com. And obviously, a great site to go to, as we've mentioned many times. A lot there than just gambling advice, a lot of film breakdown, a lot of studies of many games, and no exception this week. Lee, good morning. How are you, sir?
I'm good. I'm real good. But I would definitely not do. My birthday's in 10 days. I can tell you this much: I would never schedule any type of surgery around my birthday because I like going to Christie's. You're gonna have to come there when you come to Miami next. We're gonna go to this restaurant called Christie's. It's in Coral Gables, old school steakhouse. So they probably have the best Caesar salad. If you like creamy, you like a lot of dressing, you'll ever have. They have a shrimp cocktail, and the sauce is amazing. Shrimp, probably the biggest jumbo shrimp you'll ever have. Prime rib is excellent. And then we wash it down with a baked Alaska with a Grand Marnier on top.
All right, there you go. Nothing like a little fire at the table to finish the night off. All right, before we get to the games, I want to ask you the poll question that I put up today. I heard some people talking about, like, oh, I like that. I'm going to steal that. I don't even know where I got it from. It's just plain theft. I'm giving no credit at all. But do the Canes have to win to justify being selected in the college football playoff?
I would say the game would have to be they have to win, or it's got to be like a thriller, like a 39-38 game, or a game that goes to overtime. Yeah, I think it's been so long, and I know everyone's just excited about them being there, but there's so many great storylines ahead of this game. I mean, these two teams played, in 22 and 23, but Ohio State next, maybe a rematch of the 2000 and 2 national championship. And then Carson Beck, if you go even further,
Right.
playing his old team. And then go even further, maybe Mario playing his old school, the Oregon Ducks. So we'll get to that game in a minute.
All right, let's get to the games. The first one we've got on the slate is tonight's game. When you sent me your picks, and Lee always emails us his picks early in the week, he had Alabama -1.5, Oklahoma, because that was the line early in the week. It's flipped. Oklahoma is now a 1.5 favorite. Rematch game. Yeah, this isn't Nick in a rematch. It's DeBoer in a rematch. I know that probably matters to a lot of you, but we saw what Kirby did with his rematch against Alabama. What does DeBoer do in his rematch against the Sooners?
Well, he will have a few more hands on deck. He was missing some players for the SEC championship game, but I told everyone Georgia's gonna smack them, going to win by double digits, and they did. I think that they will make this game a close game, but there's some things going against Alabama in this game. So, number one, it's on the road. Number two, their special teams not been good. I mean, they've missed almost half their field goals last 4 games. Oklahoma, they got the best kicker in the country, and Tate Sandell. This guy is money within 65 yards, and they've got the better defense. No one's denying that. Maybe John Mateer, that couple extra weeks to rest, might help him out. Ty Simpson just has not looked the same since, it was revealed he had some back problems. And his offensive line, they've allowed 10 sacks in the last 3 games here. I like Oklahoma here at home. I think they find a way. 24-20 should be a fun game, though.
It's going to be a low-scoring game. You better like defense in this one.
Right.
And as Lee pointed out, Oklahoma's defense is terrific. Alabama has struggled all year running the football. If they make Alabama one-dimensional, which most think that they will, it's going to be very interesting. But Oklahoma's lived off the turnovers. Can they get them tonight? All right, tomorrow, noon start, 11 a.m. local. A&M, a 3.5-point favorite. 2 teams, both very, very good at the line of scrimmage. A&M, maybe a more versatile quarterback, but I think Beck's the superior passer. So when you look at A&M and the Canes, where do you see the advantages?
Well, what's great for Miami, they have a couple teams that came out with a game plan, South Carolina in the first half and Texas that they can follow. So do I think Marcel Reed is dynamic like you put it? Absolutely, but not a polished passer. I mean, if they can keep him in the pocket and stay in their rush lanes and allow him to only run the ball 3 or 4 times when he drops back, I think they'll be successful. When they faced him, when they went to College Station 2022, the quarterback was Tyler Van Dyke. I mean, they had multiple delay of games, multiple illegal procedures. They would have been better off with Dick Van Dyke as quarterback that night. I was at the game. But now you got Carson Beck, 11 touchdowns, just 1 interception the last 4 games here. I like Miami. I think they get the job done. Wrong team favored, 24-23 Canes.
I think it can't be discounted as well as this is an 11 a.m. local start.
Right.
When you talked about that other game and the delay games, it was at night. The atmosphere was unbelievable. If Miami can start strong, because I don't think the crowd's going to be awake when it starts. They can take the crowd. And trust me, this isn't probably one of the most underrated home field advantages in college football. But I think the early start hurts A&M in that regard. And I think Miami, if Beck can get rolling early, can kind of take the crowd out of the game. We'll see. Yep. All right, to Sunday we go. The Tua era is over. It's Quinn Ewers, and now the Bengals are a 4-point favorite. Wait until Sunday. Tickets under $100 in the upper bowl, under $100 in the end zone. They will continue to drop until kick. If you want to see Joe Burrow and the Bengals, they're a 4-point favorite against the Dolphins.
You don't want to see Quinn Ewers and the Dolphins? Maybe a few Texas fans do. You know what? This is the toughest game. I wouldn't bet this game for popcorn and movie money here. I'm just taking an absolute guess. Miami has a winning record here at home, straight up and against the spread. Probably a little bit better defense. Obviously not the better quarterback. I'm going to say Cincinnati wins here, 28-26. I'm going to take Miami plus 4.5.
All right. Best game of the day. that unless you have the Sunday ticket or live in Jacksonville or Denver, you won't see it. It's a 4:05 kick. The featured game at 4:25 is going to be Lions and Steelers, not Broncos and Jags. Broncos trying to secure the number 1 seed. They're a 3-point favorite. Obviously, they've won 11 in a row. The Jags are red hot as well. What do you see in this one, Lee?
Yeah, I mean, Jags 5 in a row, straight up and against the spread. Trevor Lawrence, 6 touchdown passes last week, but he was playing a high school defense. He was playing the Jets. He may not have 6 touchdown passes over the last 3 weeks here. Why? He's got to play this game mile high. He got to travel west for this game. Got to face the number 3 run defense. If the Jags don't get the running game going, they're in trouble. That pass rush for Denver is relentless, and those DBs are scary good. And now all of a sudden, Bo Nix getting a lot of confidence here last 3 or 4 weeks, and he's not even really running the football. He and his receivers are really on the same page here. So I think this is going to be the game where Trevor Lawrence throws a couple interceptions here. I like Denver big here. Sometimes you got to lay it if you want to play it. Broncos 30-13.
And then the game that will see who takes control in the NFC South. The Bucs looked like they were going to run away with this division, but they've been stubbing their toe lately. They go to Carolina. Carolina's a better team at home, and the Bucs are a 3-point favorite on the road, Lee.
Yeah, a total meltdown did the Bucs have against the Falcons. I mean, you have a team that committed 19 penalties. That's right, 19 penalties for 125 yards, and you only had 25 yards in penalties, and you found a way to lose here. Panthers 8-1 against the spread as a home underdog, just play better at home with 6 outright upsets here. Hate to say it, Bucs are going down. Carolina Panthers 23-20.
Game of the week, it's tomorrow night because the NFL won't let the NCAA have these 2 awful games not have competition. And they throw the Eagles at the first one, but Lee going after the big boy.
Yeah.
The Packers and Chicago. Green Bay getting 1.5 against the Bears if they want it. How do they get it, Lee?
First 10 callers, call 800-400-9741. Give them the Packers and the Bears. I mean, this weekend game last night, maybe the biggest game in the NFL this year. This is certainly one of them here. Looks like we'll have one team winning the division, the other probably a wild card. So 800-400-9741. And we've won 13 the last 15 weeks in college football and the NFL on the weekend. You want to hop on board. We call it Double Down December. Every game through the end of the month and 27 bowl games, 2 weekends of the college football playoffs, 2 weekends in the NFL. You're going to get probably 45, 50 games over the next 2 weeks. Use coupon code SAVE100. Just one place, ParamountSports.com. And Mark, I want to wish you and your family and all the listeners out there happy, healthy, and a safe holiday.
Right back at you, Lee. We thank you for all you do for the show. I know we'll talk before, probably maybe the Natty, and for sure before the Super Bowl. We always do. Yeah. But have a great holiday. Happy Hanukkah to you, Lee. And as I said, thanks for all you do for the show. We appreciate it. Quickly, I do want to ask you a question.
Sure.
How much time are you spending because of the bowl games? You know, the TCU kid just went in the portal, so that changes that game. How important is it for a gambler to be on this, and are there lines to take advantage of in these bowl games?
Absolutely. Last year we went 21-10. So what's great is there's not 60 games, so it slows down. So couple games, 2 days, 3 days before every bowl game, we'll start picking it apart, go on social media, find out all the opt-outs. Because we do a lot of study and know who the backups are, backup quarterbacks, running backs, receivers, and also the key players on the offensive line and defensive side, I think that it gives us the edge. So I can go back and study 3, 4, 5 games on each team. And if I can do that, it slows down. I actually usually can do better figuring out the motivation too. There was a bunch of games, Mark. There will be some coming up in this bowl season where the coaches last weekend, they went to high school championship games and left the team with grad assistants to run practices. But the average person doesn't know who they are.
He's Lee Sterling, Paramount Sports, ParamountSports.com. He took Oklahoma, the Canes, the Dolphins +4. He likes the Broncos big over the Jags, and he thinks Carolina will upset Tampa Bay. I'll make my picks for me and David next on Miller and Moulton.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to
Ferman
be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. capecops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape.
American Paint Supplies, celebrating 30 years in Naples, is proud to be the exclusive Farrow and Ball dealer in Southwest Florida. The best thing to come from the UK since the Beatles, Farrow and Ball has the colors and paints at American Paint Supplies. See why all the designers and painters choose Farrow and Ball. For 30 years, American Paint Supplies provides the perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
So, Puck, I'm curious. I know that you constantly tell Ambien how bad Denver is. I get it. Who do you think's going to win the AFC? Because I've heard you say Denver. I've watched you, I should say, bash Denver on a daily basis, but I've not seen, and if I've missed it, that's on me. Who is it that you have winning the AFC? Because Denver's going to be the 1 seed, and they're going to be a tough out. I'm not saying they're the best team, but that defense is legit. And they're going to have home field advantage. That is a huge deal to have to go there and play. I appreciate that, Rudy. I don't know when I'll get to Miami, to be brutally honest with you. I get the last New England Buffalo game, so you're saying Buffalo because they split. So, I mean, you're picking two teams that each won a game this year against one another. Good morning, Spitz. See, I think the Bills are going to have to beat Houston too with that defense, because I think Houston's going to win the division. I don't think the Jags win the division. I think Denver wins on Sunday. We'll see. I haven't got the invite for the college football games yet, Spitz. I'm hoping. I am hoping. Don't kid yourself. I'd love to go see an Orange Bowl in a suite.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Football Friday edition of Miller and Moulton. David with the day off today. I'd like to say he's celebrating his 60th birthday, but he's probably sleeping, lying in bed in pain because he had oral surgery yesterday. So we're wishing David the best. He's been through a lot recently, health-wise, and so another little speed bump in life. He and I have been having a lot of fun with that lately. A lot of speed bumps. This getting old thing's a lot of fun, isn't it? But David will be back on Monday. At least that's what he says. We will see. I expect him to be. Poll question today doesn't have a lot of votes. You don't seem that interested, but I haven't really beat it a lot today. By the way, Flip Saunders, not Flip Wilson, coach of the T-Wolves. I went back to 70s TV shows there. Faux pas on me. If we don't make either one of us, and today just me, make a 40-year-old reference early in the show, something's gone wrong. But when I was talking about the T-Wolves and Kevin Garnett, Flip Saunders, when he passed, Garnett did not like the way it was handled by ownership and told ownership, I'm not showing up if you retire my jersey. So now with A-Rod and Laurie, they're buying the team, that he is now an ambassador and he is going to have his jersey retired and he's going to be, part of that organization, which I think is great for the T-Wolves. I really do. It's good for Kevin Garnett. It's good for the T-Wolves. It just, you like to see these things finish this way. You don't like to see animosity between the best player who's ever played for a team and that team. And because of new ownership, the barriers have been broken down, and now he's an ambassador for the T-Wolves, and that is a great thing. But our poll question today is, probably should have, tell you what, I should have probably read it before I typed it, but do you think the Miami Hurricanes have to win to be justified being selected into the college football playoff? Right now, 60% of you are saying that they do. I don't. I think they deserve to be in there anyhow. Look, I get why Notre Dame's mad. I think you could make a case that Alabama could have been left out. But the fact of the matter is that this is on the ACC. I've said that from the beginning. I will continue to double down that this is the conference's fault. And to my knowledge, the ACC hasn't fixed their tiebreaker yet. That is the one thing they need to do in the offseason. They need to admit their mistake. They need to have their tiebreaker, at least before the fifth tiebreaker, be where you're ranked in the college football playoff. Duke getting in was a joke. If Miami would have played Virginia, Notre Dame would have been guaranteed a spot, because if Miami was in, they get a spot. Notre Dame gets the other one. James Madison's not in. They don't really deserve to be in. But it's the 5 best conference champions, and because Duke won, James Madison gets in. They don't have a legitimate win. I think the best bet of the weekend, and I bet it the minute it came out, was Oregon in the first half. I got it, I believe, at 10.5. That line has swelled a little bit. I don't know currently what the first half line is. Probably should have that up, but I'm going to take Oregon in the game as we get to David and I's picks, because David did get me all of his picks before yesterday. But right now, that game's 21.5 is Oregon, and the first half spread, depending on how much juice you want, but right now, to get any kind of odds, it's 12.5 already at -120. I mean, you can spend more money and get it done for less, but basically it's -120, and that's 12.5 for the halftime. I got it 2 points better than that. All right. Last week, because Carolina blew it in the fourth quarter against New Orleans, my winning streak of 2 consecutive weeks was snapped. I had a 2-3 week last week. I am 42-49 on the season. Lee, by the way, on air, he's been doing great for his clients. And again, like he said, he's not picking the Bengals in Miami. He did for the show because we're a Florida-based show, and he picks the games that are regional. He does that when he goes on all of the shows he does across the country. But Lee's 32-43. He's 8-8 on his games of the week. David, 1-4 last week. 49-71 on the season. So I'll give you my picks first, then I will give you David's picks. David and I agree on, it looks like 3 games. We disagree on 1. So I have Alabama. I've taken Lee on right now. I think Alabama is going to avenge the earlier loss to Oklahoma. I think Simpson's been able to throw better in this game. I know he's been off a little bit. I do like the Bama receivers. I like DeBoer a second chance against a team. I think he's going to be able to see where he made mistakes. I do think it's a tight game. I think it's a close game. At the end of the day, I would love to see Alabama be able to run it a little bit, but I don't think they'll have the turnovers to give Oklahoma the game like they did last time. Give me the Crimson Tide. I get 1.5. I'm with Lee. I'm taking Miami. I could be nuts, but I think this early start is key. I think if this game was late, the Kyle Field crowd's into it, and A&M with a quarterback that is multifaceted, but as Lee said, he's not a great thrower. He can get it done with his legs. Well, the difference here is Miami's got defensive players that can run him down. Miami has athletes all over the defensive side of the football. I'll take the Canes plus the 3.5. Despite the first half line jumping in the Oregon game by 2 points, the total line's only jumped by 1 point. I'm staying with it. Yes, Oregon may rest a bunch of players against JMU, but I think that they'll score enough and be able to overwhelm them physically. Give me Oregon and lay the 21.5. Just for you-know-what and giggles, I had to pick a bowl game, so I picked the one that the MAC team's in. Give me the Broncos from Western Michigan against Kennesaw State. This is simply a flip of a coin, and I'm taking the Broncos. They've had a pretty good year. I will take them, and I'll lay the 3.5 against Kennesaw State. On Sunday, I'm taking the Bears. I don't like that both of these receivers are out, but Ben Johnson's done a great job. Caleb Wilson's gotten better damn near every week. I don't think the Pack wins both. I'm hoping that they do, because I'd like to see the Lions get in the playoffs. But I think Chicago gets it done Saturday night. Give me the Bears, and I'll lay 1.5. I'm back. Just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. The Chargers are a dog on the road in Dallas. Yes, I know Dak's played really well, and he's got good receivers. But I like the coach for the Chargers better. I think the quarterback matchup is equal, and it means more for the Chargers. Give me 2.5 in the Chargers. And finally, I'm taking Cincinnati against Quinn Ewers. First game start, I know the Cincy defense is bad. Give me the Bengals. All right. David and I agree on Bama. Miami, and Oregon. He has all three of those. He's taking Tulane in the rematch plus 17.5. He's also taking Carolina plus 3 against Tampa Bay. David and I are going head-to-head. He's taking the Miami Dolphins plus 4 against Cincinnati. He's laying the 5.5 in the worst game of the week, the Saints against the Jags. David's got the Saints laying 5.5. And finally, he's calling for the upset. Oh, one of our Twitch chat room members is going to be upset about this, or maybe he's going to be happy because after all, David's 49-71. He's taken the Jags plus 3 and calling for the upset. Jags, Jags. David taking the Jags against Denver. So I've got Bama, Miami, Oregon, and Western Michigan in college. The Bears, the Chargers, and the Bengals in the NFL. David going Bama, the Canes, Tulane, and Oregon for the college games. Carolina plus 3, the Dolphins plus 4, the Saints laying 5.5, and the Jags plus 3. Those are our picks. Use them at your own discretion. So there you have it. David 1-4 last week. I was 2-3. This screams run the other way. Run. There's no reason not to. Pelican Roofing of Florida text line is open. Would love to hear your thoughts on our poll question. Do the Canes need to win to justify being selected by the College Football Playoff Committee? Go to that Mark Miller or Miller_Moulton on X to vote, or you can always text us. 21,000 is the number. If you've not texted the show before, the keyword is Miller. 21,000 the number. Text Miller to that number, and then you're in behind the green door. Miller and Moulton, great show still ahead. Roy Cummings on the other side. Pat Kirwan, top of the 8 o'clock hour to talk all things NFL on Miller and Moulton. Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor. We fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeister's prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
The holidays are here, and our special showcases of overstocks and estate jewelry is waiting.
50% off diamond bracelets, rings, earrings, pendants, even stunning colored gemstone jewelry with tanzanite, sapphire, rubies, and more.
Todd and I are in the store every day to help you uncover the perfect gift.
Wrap up a little magic this year.
Hurry in. These 50% off deals won't last. Only at the Diamond District. Hablamos Espanol.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Michael, thanks for joining us. I've kind of explained it about 16 times, but I'll give it to you again with your like little 8 question marks and bitching about that we're not going till 10. Yesterday, David had oral surgery. I had a heart test, so we had to bail early on the show. David is out today because he had oral surgery yesterday. He'll be back on Monday. And yes, I'm going till 10 o'clock today. What's the dang mark for, Paula? I can't watch that in real time. I kind of catch up during the breaks. And by the way, I'm not holding any of your bets. And if you guys can't make a $10 bet and pay one another, it says a lot about you. I'm not rooting for him, Paula, but I think they split. I think they're pretty evenly matched. I think Parsons being out. I think the Parsons thing's a big deal. Oh, yeah, DC. They have to because the Packers beat the Lions twice. And I know, but, Green Bay or Chicago not only plays Green Bay this week, but they've got in the Bears can win this. If they lose at San Francisco and Detroit wins out, they're still in. But, Detroit would love the help. My heart is okay, Tim. My doctor I had the stress test, and the doctor called me back within 2 hours. The doctor, unbelievable. Good morning. Good morning, Roy.
Good morning. How are we?
We are good. David is off today. He had oral surgery yesterday.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, I had to have some teeth ripped, and so he is out for the day. And the crappy part is today is his 60th birthday, and the poor son of a bitch had to have oral surgery the day before his birthday.
Oh, man.
Really the only day he could fit it in with everything he's got going on.
Oh, gosh. Hey,
Exactly.
we share a birthday in the same week. My birthday was the 17th. What is that,
Happy
2 days
birthday,
ago?
Roy.
Yeah, thank you.
You share very close. I had to check because I saw a thing. Leland's birthday was earlier in the week. His was the 15th. He turned 81.
A lot of good people born this week.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. You should be in that club.
I'm an August guy.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
This is where I should really pay attention to what rejoiners we use on a daily basis. Because it's not David Moulton. And by now you know that. David's got the day off today. He had some dental work done yesterday. Enough so that he needed today off. He's incapacitated on pain pills, sleeping off his 60th birthday. So we wish David well on his birthday. He is going to be back on Monday. But we are joined now by Roy Cummings. He usually joins us on Thursday because of David's surgery yesterday. I had to have a nuclear stress test done yesterday. Getting old is a lot of fun. So fortunately for me, the heart's good, in case anybody cares. But I had a procedure yesterday. David had surgery yesterday, so we bailed on the last 2 hours. A lot of you have been texting the show wondering why the podcast wasn't up. That's why. We replayed some stuff from earlier in the week, and that's just what we had to do. When you're a two-man show, sometimes things like this happen, and yesterday was one of those days. So Roy rearranged his schedule. Roy Cummings joins us to talk the Bucs, and Roy celebrated a birthday earlier this week. So happy belated birthday, Roy, and good morning. How are you?
I am good. My best to David, and hopefully he recovers soon.
Absolutely. Let's hope the Bucs recover soon, because they got a break in that Carolina blew a game against New Orleans, but Tampa Bay blew their game on Thursday night against Atlanta. I guess they're getting a little healthier. I mean, there's not really many positives we can draw upon with what's been going on with Tampa. The only one that I can look at is that it looks like Evans is back. Godwin's getting better. They're getting a little healthier. I don't know if they'll ever be as healthy as they were at the start of the season, Roy. But when you look at what's ahead for the Bucs, and you're the most positive Bucs guy we know, it's hard to be positive about this team right now.
Right now I look at the glass, and I'm not sure it's even a quarter full, to be honest with you. It is very hard to feel positive about what this team is going to do. The only thing you can kind of lean on is that they did it once before. They started off the season, playing incredible football, fabulous football, winning football, obviously. Most of that, granted, on the offensive side of the ball. Wasn't the defense really that was stepping up. But this is a team that has taken the ball away a little bit. So, you've got that possibly. But, I understand the pessimism. I get it. I'm kind of right there with you. I have a hard time believing this team can win 2 out of its next 3 and win this thing. I really do. I think they need help. I'm not sure they can win this week. I'm not sure they're the better team.
Well, they get one break in the middle. Now that Tua's not playing for the Dolphins, I think that's a step back. They're going to get Quinn Ewers in a couple of weeks. But Tampa's beaten Carolina 5 in a row. I don't know how much that matters. And because it's the new year, and Carolina's been really good at home. The defense has been a problem for the Bucs. Bryce Young is better this year. I don't look at him as a gifted quarterback. So maybe the blitzing style of Todd Bowles can slow down Carolina, because they're getting their good receiver back as well. And it's time. Roy, you mentioned the turnovers, whether it's getting some sacks on the blitz, whether it's creating turnovers. This defense, they've got to – the offense should be there, but the defense has to come up big this weekend.
Yeah, it really does. And that's the thing that you don't really expect to happen. I could see the offense putting up 30 points, but I don't know that the defense can avoid giving up 30 or 38. So again, they're capable, but you almost feel like they're going to have to, resort to trickery to do it. And, does that come in the form of a blitz? Well, quite possibly. Does it come in the form of a takeaway that, something, bounces their way? Quite possibly. But do you really think that they're going to shut down Carolina at this point? The only good thing is, for me, going in, they should know exactly what to expect from a Dave Canales offense, from this attack. And yes, it's a young quarterback that they should be able to pester and harass and force into mistakes, but they haven't really done that very much this year with anyone, young or old. They really haven't forced quarterbacks. And my bigger concern, the defense, yes, that is my biggest concern. But this team cannot do 2 things, Mark. They cannot pressure the quarterback, and they can't protect the quarterback. And those are 2 critical things in the NFL. If you can't do those things, you can't win consistently. And I think the offense is struggling primarily because Baker Mayfield doesn't have time to find open receivers, get himself, situated and make good throws down the field. Every quarterback needs that. He doesn't have it, and I think that's been a real problem for him and the offense over the last 2, 3, 4 weeks here.
All right, let me try to get to spin some positives because Carolina has done this mostly by running the football.
Yeah.
And if there's one thing that the Tampa Bay defense is good at, they're a top 10 defense in stopping the run. I mean, that's the strength of their defense. So they're going to make Bryce Young throw the ball. This is where they should be able to create turnovers. But the run defense, Roy, has to be stout on Sunday.
It really does. And look, I'm not yet convinced that the reason that they're in the top 10 against the run and that the reason that they were in the top 10 against the run in previous years was because everybody knew you could throw against this team. And when Tom Brady was there, you had to throw against them to catch up. And even over the last couple of years, sometimes you've had to throw against them to catch up. So you don't run the ball as much. I think they're vulnerable to the run. They've given up. I mean, they've been gashed repeatedly and against the run. Teams find a way to they don't tackle well. That's number one. They don't rally to the football, really. You don't see, 6'8" guys really around every ball carrier. So, statistically, I suppose they can stop the run. But, is it really just a byproduct of the fact that teams know they can throw against them and don't run the ball that often? But when they do, sometimes they're quite effective. So I'm not convinced that they can stop the run either. I think what this ends up being is a bit of a shootout. And you just got to hope that, as he has or did early in the year, that Baker Mayfield's got the last bullet in the chamber and can fire it when he needs to.
Tampa Bay and Carolina both negative in point differential. So whoever wins the division will be the only team in the NFC that has a negative point differential. Now, Tampa's minus 27. They could fix that by the end of the year. But I think you know what I'm getting at, that most of the teams that are qualifying for the playoffs, I mean, when you look at the top teams, the Seahawks are plus 164. The Rams are plus 158. The Eagles are plus 50. Tampa Bay is minus 27 in point differential. That shows what they are. They're just an average team. And, I don't know how much of last night's game that you watched, but the one thing that was apparent to me from the get-go is just how physical both of those teams were. And maybe in a division game, maybe Tampa can find some physicality because defensively, the points that you make, Roy, are all valid. I'd love to see, some hard hits. Whether it's a block, whether it defensively, it's a big hit. But you're talking about, multiple guys getting to the ball. When you watch Seattle and you watch the Rams play, they have all of that. They're trying to take guys' heads off. I need to see some physicality out of Tampa Bay this week.
Yeah, I totally agree. I mean, I think that would be such a change-up, really, for Carolina to see, even though they haven't faced the Bucs. I mean, they're like you said, you don't see it on tape. So if they suddenly got vicious out there and started hitting somebody, well, that just might change the tone of the game a little bit. So yeah, I totally agree. I mean, they have these moments, where they make that play and they get physical. But there's nobody that really. I mean, it's like on defense, who scares you on the defense? Vita Vea is a guy you got to worry about. But if you double team him, sometimes you can take care of him too. You can always run to the outside.
Right,
that works. So I mean, because they're just not particularly physical. They're not particularly fast. Offensively they can be physical at times, but the line really isn't. The line's just trying to figure itself out. So you're right. It's not a team that scares you in any way. And everybody dismissed the NFC South going into the beginning of the season. At first, I thought that was wrong. But now it's come to fruition. There's not much here that anybody should be afraid of outside of the division when it comes to the playoffs. Whoever gets there from this division, I don't know that they're going to be there for long.
They're going to be a home team that's going to be a damn near touchdown underdog. Whether it's Seattle, or the Rams, whoever ends up from the NFC West in that 5 slot, they're going to be a huge favorite. And, to your point, maybe Evans coming back because he's going to demand toughness, and I think a leader does that. But I know part of it's the line, Roy, but Bucky Irvin needs to play tough. I mean, maybe it's not the defense that has to initiate the physicality. Maybe it's the run game because you don't need Baker Mayfield being the toughest guy on your offense, if you know what I mean.
Well, you don't want him being the toughest guy in your offense. Unfortunately, he is. And yeah, I mean, look, Bucky Irving will give you that. He gave it to him last week. His first few runs. I mean, clearly he's going to break tackles. He's going to get the extra yards. He's going to fight for it. But again, it's got to start up front. These games are won in the trenches, and that's where the Bucs are losing. They're losing in the trenches, and it's kind of sad to see. Because those are areas that you should be able to fortify. And I understand injuries have a lot to do with it. They've really been hit by those. But, it just goes to show you that this team was nowhere near as deep as we thought it was. And maybe that can change still. I mean, again, 3 weeks left, critical games ahead. We'll see what this team is made of over these last 3 weeks. You can say that about a lot of teams. We're going to find out what they're made of. Maybe they can pull this out and rally themselves and get a little bit deeper in the playoffs. But if they can't, I think there's a bigger conversation heading, coming down the road for the owners of the team, the Glazers, regarding who's going to run this team going forward.
There's no doubt, and there are a lot of people that want the head of the coach. I know why. I understand it. I know you've always been a big Jason Light fan. I think you can look at where they are defensively, and some of the blame has to go on the general manager. Obviously, some of it goes on the head coach, but they've done something that they've never done in their history as far as winning division. So if Bowles is dismissed at the end of the year, I don't know if it's short-sighted or not, but I do think he and that team, they've got to play for the coach here these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, they do, and I think that's something that the Glazers will be looking at. In fact, I know it is. I mean, I know how they operate. They want to see the pendulum moving upward at the end of the season. And this is one of those years where they'll be looking at how that pendulum is swinging. If it's swinging on the upward stroke, they'll feel pretty good about themselves. But it's going to have to swing. I mean, it's way over on the downward stroke right now. So it's going to have to be a strong comeback. They're going to have to win 3 in a row, I think, by double digits. They're going to have to get to the playoffs, win a game in the playoffs. If that doesn't happen, I think the conversation is had about the future of Todd Bowles, and it wouldn't surprise me at all if they decide to move on.
Advantage from a schedule standpoint to the Bucs. 2 games against Carolina, and they play the Dolphins, who have now gotten rid of 2, and they're going Quinn Ewers. Seattle is the team that Carolina plays in the middle of the 2 Tampa Bay games, and obviously, the Seahawks are vying for the 1 seed, so they're not going to take a week off by any means when they play Carolina. All right, Roy, 3 games left. I mean, Tampa to me only has whatever 2 they win, I think that they're in. Do you think Tampa will win 2 of 3 and win the division?
Yeah, I do think they'll win 2 or 3. The only thing that concerns me is that they've had, easy stretches, so to speak, through the course of the schedule, and they didn't take advantage of it. They failed horribly to take advantage of that, and they could easily do it again. But I do still think that I think they're a better team than Carolina. I think Carolina's got the momentum right now, but I think that can change rather quickly in this game come Sunday. Just if the Bucs go out and score first, play as you said earlier, play physically, kind of put their stamp on the game early on, I think they can change that narrative. And I think they can win 2 of the last 3. I think they win 3 of the last 3. I think they can get there. What's my prediction? They win 2 of the last 3 and they get to the playoffs, but I don't think they go much further than that. I think that's as far as they go.
I tend to agree. Roy, we mean it, and David would say it if he was here. You've been with us as long as we've been together. In fact, you go back even before David and I teamed up doing stuff with David going way back. Very Merry Christmas. Thanks for all you bring to the show. We appreciate it every week. Our audience appreciates it every week. Have a very Merry Christmas, and can't wait to talk to you soon.
Same to you and all the listeners. Take care.
Roy Cummings covers the Bucs for us and has done so for damn near 20 years on Miller and Moulton. When we come back, we'll go all things NFL and recap an unbelievable Thursday night game between the Rams and the Seahawks. Pat Kirwan from Sirius Radio's Moving the Chains in the NFL on CBS. He's next. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. American Paint Supplies is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs and has been for 30 years. American Paint Supplies is also your #1 Festool dealer in Southwest Florida. If you are a builder, cabinet maker, painter, or power tool enthusiast, Festool craftsmanship can be found at American Paint Supplies. Celebrating 30 years of service, and Festool is celebrating 100 years of excellence. Come to American Paint Supply for a perfect pairing of service and expertise on 6100 Shirley Street, Naples, off of Pine Ridge, or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine, no more snoring, no more tossing, no more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and
The
sound.
2025 Industry Appreciation Awards in Fort Myers have wrapped up, but the celebration of business excellence continues, hosted by the Lee County Economic Development Office, Horizon Council, and Horizon Foundation. This annual event honors the innovators, job creators, and community builders driving the region forward. Visit industryappreciationawards.com to see this year's winners and learn how local businesses are shaping a stronger, more resilient economy for Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh yeah.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 1332512.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Good morning, Pat.
Mark,
How are you? Uh-oh. You can't
can
hear
you
me.
hear me? I cannot hear you. I heard Roy Cummings the whole time.
And you
And as
don't
soon as
hear
you
me.
said goodbye to Roy, the sound went off.
Oh, crap. Reconnect, I guess.
I gotta go start over again.
Thanks, Tim. You too. RCB, you may be right. This may be a situation like Dungy, that it's just time for someone new. I don't know what to say. I think they can win a Super Bowl with Baker. It's the rest of the team I'm worried about. How about now?
I got you.
All right.
Yeah, that was weird. I was listening to Roy. I like Roy. Good guy.
He does a good job.
Yeah.
But it's funny. Roy's the most positive Bucs guy that I know, and he's not even positive anymore.
Well, shame on the owners. I can't stand that family. They've won 3 divisions in a row with this coach and Baker. No one else could get it out of Baker. And he's in first place in his division. And those dopes, they know how to wreck a franchise. They can go black into oblivion real fast.
Oh yeah, it's funny. I kind of know one of the owners. The daughter dated a friend of mine years ago, and I know Darcy a little bit. I mean, a very little bit, but I mean, she was always very nice. But when you look at the brothers, they don't look like guys that should be running an NFL franchise.
No, they look like guys that should be making furniture in Pennsylvania.
Yes. And, it's the old adage, they're born on third base, think they hit a triple. So,
yep. No, Todd does not deserve to be treated like this. And you think about, he doesn't have Evans for most of the season. He lost Kalijah Cansey. That ended a bunch of stuff up front on the defense.
And Light gets no criticism. It all comes on Bowles. And they've missed on a lot of defensive players.
Yeah. It's and anyway, they've been dominating the division since Brady. And when Brady left, they didn't miss a beat. And there's no recognition of that. I can't wait for them to be 5 wins so I can rip on them every day for a couple of years. Are you by yourself today?
Yeah.
Well, let's go as long as you want.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Half of that statement is true. It is a football Friday. David with the day off today. As I mentioned a couple of times, David had some serious dental work done yesterday. He needs the day off today. And all the guys in the world to take a day off. It's on his birthday. I wish it was on his birthday so he was celebrating and having a good time. He's on a couch probably popping pain pills, so he's not in extreme pain right now. He will be back on Monday because you know the way it goes around here. David doesn't miss shows. It's 8 o'clock on a Friday. That means Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chains, CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show, and Pat joins us twice a week, courtesy of Pinchers with locations from Tampa to Key West. Pinchers, where you cannot fake fresh. Pat, good morning. How are you, my friend?
Well, who didn't have a great time last night watching an exciting football game?
So,
That
Pat,
was awesome.
I'll come clean because I'm doing the show solo. I had to get up a little earlier. We have a starting 5, kind of our news report at 6:30, and it requires a decent amount of work. And so Darnold throws the interception down on the goal line, fourth quarter, 16-point lead. I said, all right, I can go to bed. I shut the lights off. I shut the TV off. I go to bed. I look at my phone, and all of a sudden it's an 8-point game. I missed the punt return.
Ooh.
And Seattle has the ball back already. I'm like, what the hell? I get up out of bed. I turn the TV on just in time to watch Seattle score to make it a 2-point game. Then they get the wildest 2-point conversion I've ever seen.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be damned. I mean, 3 straight 2-point conversions. They drive down in overtime. And look it, I don't take anything away from LA. The thing that strikes me about the game more than anything, Pat, were the plays.
Yes.
The Rams had 89 plays. The Seahawks had 66 plays. When that happens, your defense is supposed to wilt. They had 2 3-and-outs in the fourth quarter. They had the punt return. Darnold leads them down for the drive. They get the 2-point conversions. Not taking anything away from Sam Darnold because he deserves a lot of credit coming back after the second pick. But, Pat, a defense that's been out for that many plays is not supposed to get back-to-back 3-and-outs. I think the Seattle defense, even in a high-scoring affair, deserves a ton of credit for what they did late last night.
I can't agree with you more. It is impressive. And to finish off your observation, basically in the fourth quarter, they stopped blitzing and went to just the 4-man rush. So it wasn't getting a lot of help from the blitzers. It was just those 4 guys. Leonard Williams leading the way there. And they just kept coming harder and harder and harder. And I think the defense deserves a lot of credit. And I worry about being a fan of Sam Darnold. And after the 2 picks, I go, here we go. This is going to be destruction of Sam all weekend. And back to the ghost in the closet with him and everything that's ever happened to him. And then he was able to redeem himself. So let's go to the 2-point plays. The crazy one of all, that ball was really a lateral, and then all of a sudden the replay got it right. And you're looking at a head coach that doesn't go for it on 4th downs.
Right.
And now he's winning with 2-point conversions. I was happy for Big Mike. Mike's on our show every week. Great coach, great person, and really calm under pressure all the time. Knew him in Baltimore as well, and I knew he had a chance to be a great head coach, and he's on his way to doing it. But his team doesn't get rattled. A lot of teams at home would have panicked in that position. He didn't. They didn't. And that includes Sam. What a heavy burden Sam had on his shoulders.
Well, Pat, you said it because, again, when he threw that pick down on the goal line 4th quarter, I'm planning in my head, all right, we're talking to Pat tomorrow. Hey, man, Darnold, last year, the playoff game, the game against the Lions. Now here's another big game in which Darnold throws key interceptions. Can Seattle win? Well, that's not the storyline anymore because of what he did after that. It speaks a lot of he and they for what they accomplished after that second pick.
Yeah, and let's go back to the beginning of the game because you're Sam Darnold. You're not a dope. You know what's going on, and he knows they are not putting Sam in harm's way in the first half. That was as conservative a first half as you could have. It was handoff, throw a check down, throw a screen. Nothing to put Sam in a position of failure. Remember, 4 interceptions last time. And if you're Sam, you're going, man, does the coach believe in me or not? And he was fine with it. He understood the plan. It was spelled out to him in the second half. They came right out. All of a sudden, it's in Jigba all over the place. I'm happy for Sam, and I'm really happy. And I'll tell you, the more I watch Walker, the more I realize this guy is a special athlete. And he doesn't, because they split the duties with him and Charbonnet, but Walker has got a lot of things: power, speed, toughness. I don't know. They're the 1 seed right now. Do they hold on to it, Mark?
Well, I don't know. And here's the thing, Pat. The team no one's talking about, the San Francisco 49ers. If they win out, they're the 1 seed. All we've done is push San Francisco to the side from week 1. They're injured. No Kittle, he's hurt. Now he's back. But Ayuk, he's done. When's McCaffrey going to get hurt? Brock Purdy's been out. And here are the damn San Francisco 49ers, who no one's given a shot all year long, sitting in a spot where they can even be the one this late in the year.
Yes, they can be, and they're a very, very good football team, but I don't think they're going to make it. I think that we love talking about it. We'll be talking about it all. We have a lot of 49er fans that love to tell us how they're going to win the whole thing. Yes, the door's open. They needed a win by Seattle to create the scenario that it could happen, but I'm not so sure it will happen. In fact, I'm not a betting guy, but if I was, I would bet against it happening.
I will say one thing, though. I don't discount the Rams at all. If they play a third time, I'd bet on the Rams. Stafford was brilliant yesterday. That first field goal should have been a touchdown. I didn't like the illegal man downfield call. Neither did the rules official that was in the booth. I don't know what you think about it. But I'll tell you what, give me a third matchup between these two teams, because even though it was 38-37, and that doesn't mean defense, the physicality of that game was off the charts, Pat.
Yes, it was. And I think all 3 of these teams, well, they're all going to make it, right? I think we can agree on that.
Yes.
So they're going to cannibalize each other in the playoffs. It's going to happen where 2 of them are going to be playing each other at some juncture in the playoffs, divisional round somewhere. It's really a mark. Do I think 2 NFC West teams could get to the final championship game? I don't know, maybe, but right now I think we got them in the order I like, and I think the Rams might be better, but I think what Mike's doing up there as the head coach in Seattle, I am not taking him off the pedestal. I'm going to leave him up there for a few weeks here.
All right, let's look ahead to tomorrow night.
Yeah.
The Bears and the Packers. The Bears obviously won the first game, or the Packers obviously won the first game. I look at this as a split. As a closet Lions fan, I hope not, because I think the Lions need the Packers to win. The Bears' two top receivers are out. I know that's a problem, but when you look at this game and you look at what Ben Johnson's done with Caleb over the course of this year, I mean, he's improved all year long. Is he there yet? No, but he's a hell of a lot closer than he was in week one. And no Micah, which changes the way Green Bay gets after the quarterback. The amount of pressures he has is unsurpassed in the league this year. To me, that's a bigger difference than the receivers being out. Am I off base?
No, I think those two guys missing in action say a lot. Now, the Micah thing really changes protections, because the one thing you knew was when he was on the field, and they moved him all over the place, that the protection was going to be checked to him. Now there's no him on the field, so you can see more 5 out. You can see a lot of things going on. And what happens with Micah, if he's on the field, you know where the protection goes, and then you can set up your blitzes because of that. And now without him out there, we lost our best pass rusher one year, and nothing worked again because they were able to pick up everything because they weren't worrying about it, putting a man and a half or two on our guy. And I was walking off the field after we played the Rams, and my friend on the Rams staff, and I said, give me the honest truth. And he said, you lost your best guy, and we were able to play mind games with your whole thing. And I think that's the biggest problem there. The Watson piece, I mean, the guy had 2 touchdowns last time. Even if he plays, I don't think he's going to be anywhere near 100%. Is he a decoy if he's on the field? I don't know. Probably isn't going to play. But I'll ask you this question. Which quarterback is hurt more by losing their top receivers?
I think it's Jordan Love, and I think the reason for that is that when the season started, we didn't think that Ben Johnson would be able to recreate what he had in Detroit with the 2 running backs. And I don't think the 2 running backs in Chicago are nearly as good as the 2 running backs in Detroit. I don't think it's close, as a matter of fact. But he's found a 2-headed monster in the backfield, and they're both averaging over 4.5 yards a carry. That's something that Green Bay doesn't have. I think this rushing attack by Chicago is the most undersung thing on this team this year, Pat.
I think, look, the last 4 games, they're averaging 165 yards rushing a game. And that is an important factor for them. And Green Bay has been, I'll leave it at, inconsistent against the run. Chicago will take advantage of that. To me, Chicago might play the first half the way Seattle played it. Don't put the kid Caleb in look, he's a 53% completion guy for the last month. I'm not putting it in his hands early. He does have run for first down skills. Jordan Love has no interest in doing that. He has 13 first downs all year. That's less than 1 a game. And the other kid has 25, and he's been very influential in that area late. So I'm going to go out early in that first half and not hand this game over to Green Bay by mistakes. Play conservative, run the ball, get to halftime, and come out the same way that Seattle did.
Yeah, you read my mind there, Pat, and that's what Ben Johnson's been able to do. I mean, he's got a pretty damn good defense that I think's a little underrated. The running game's underrated, and he's working the games to the team's strength, and that's making Caleb a better quarterback. I don't know where he is. I don't know if he'll ever be great, Pat, but he's getting to the point where he's pretty good.
He is pretty good, and he's dangerous, and I think he is starting to look. He's never been in a moment this big, and he'll have bigger moments coming up, but this is the biggest one because the division title's on the line, and he's as ready as he possibly could be considering how he came into this league and what he looked like a year ago. So I think he's got some championship genes in him, to tell you the truth. I think he's got the greatest coach. It's no different than what's going on in Jacksonville with that coach influencing Trevor.
We'll get to the Jags in Denver. We'll get to the Patriots and Ravens. We'll get to the Bucs and Carolina a little bit, as well as Detroit and Pittsburgh. A lot on the line this Sunday. Miller and Moulton, Pat Kirwan for 2 segments. Pat's appearances, courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers, with locations from Tampa to Key West. Pinchers, where you cannot fake fresh. Get your gift certificates, pinchersusa.com. More with Pat coming up on the other side. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net. This December, watch the nation's best high school basketball players compete in the City of Palms Classic. Fort Myers will once again welcome future college and NBA stars as they square off at Suncoast Arena from December 18th through the 23rd. Come see Southwest Florida's own Bishop Verreau versus Barron Collier on Sunday night, December 21st. For tournament information, please visit cityofpalmsclassic.com. Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
This is Miller and Moulton.
You still there, Pat?
Yep. Thank goodness.
I didn't take you off the screen this time. I'm like, I'm not messing around with this. I don't care if they can't read. We're in commercial break fully.
They
not
could.
messing with
I
this.
saw the screen that said you were in commercial break.
Yeah, I'm like, not messing with this at all.
It's been a strange thing. And then one week I can hear you and David can't hear me. It's been bizarre.
It is. I had to laugh when I was listening to you. Was Jim off Monday, was it?
Jim had the surgery on Tuesday. I was sick as a dog.
Surgery on Tuesday. That's right. Surgery on Tuesday. You're sick, and Jim misses a day for hip surgery.
Full replacement.
Holy crap! I'm like, Moulton's taking. I mean, I get it. David can't talk. He had 2 teeth ripped out yesterday. But I'm like, I listen. I was. By the way, Eckler is going to be a stud on television.
Yeah. How about his conversation about Phillip Rivers?
Awesome. Loved every part of that interview. I was going to text you. I'm like, can you give me Eckler's number? Can we get him on? Holy cow.
Yep. I'll get you Eckler's number. He is awesome.
Wow. Is he good?
Yep.
That was you're right. The stuff on Rivers and you guys talk about, I didn't realize you had a camera on Rivers the whole time on the sideline.
Yeah. I need stuff that I got to, with the guys because I've got Cowher and Cowher wants to know what Rivers is doing. And he wants to know how to handle that stuff. And the guy never sat down 1 second.
And then you said he's talking to the other quarterbacks. I mean, think about that. Well, he doesn't need to do that. He's the quarterback. He's not coming out of the game.
He held talk with them.
With the other quarterbacks. That's impressive to me.
Yeah, he came off the field after the touchdown and went over the whole thing with the other quarterbacks. And they're bobbing their head up and down like little kids in class. How about when Austin was going? He knew every ref's name and he was ripping and yelling, "Come on, man, make that call."
I was listening to a hockey interview in a similar way that I saw about the old guys talking about how, one of the players made a point. Who are the refs? Who are the linesmen? And come up and would call them by name. If you don't think that makes a difference, you're crazy.
It does. And I've seen plenty of these officials walk off the field with these quarterbacks, the ones they know or think they know them. So it does. I'm telling you, it's probably complete wishful thinking, but what if Phillip upset the 49ers on Monday night?
It's funny. Moulton David gave me all his picks. He picked Indianapolis. Straight up.
Then he picked Rivers.
Yeah. Yeah.
The legend could actually be bigger than it is right now.
Well, I think, I don't think Rivers is a Hall of Famer, but if he takes them to the playoffs and they win a game in the playoffs,
yeah, he's back on the list.
You're damn right he is.
You know what? That's why he was in no rush for the vote next year. He was kind of like, I need a little more juice on my resume.
I enjoyed the hell. I'm telling you, he threw that pick. I'm like, all right, I got to get up 45 minutes earlier. I got to get up at 4. I usually get up at around 4:30, 4:45. I'm like, I got to get up before 4. I'm going to bed. And I turned all the lights out and did my stuff. And I lay down and I go, well, let me just check the score. 22. They ran back a punt. And they already had the ball back. I'm like, I sprung out of bed. By the time I got the TV on, they're literally I watched the play. They're in the end zone. I'm going, what the hell?
Hey, and that kid who ran it back, isn't that the trade from the Saints?
Is it?
Yeah, that's the kid, Rasheen Shaheen, right?
Mm-hmm.
They got him from the Saints in a trade. And I'll never forget who said it to me. Matt Ryan said, everyone's talking about all these other trades. This one will be the most important one. Mark my words. Yeah.
But I loved how the hitting was in that game. That was violent.
Yep.
I have a dumb question for you. There was a run back by the Rams on a punt early in the game. The Gunners are running down the sideline. Before the ball was caught, they shoved the Seattle Gunner from behind and he fell. If they've not caught the punt, is it still a block from behind?
Yeah.
That was a clear. If you watch that again, right along the sideline, close, on the near sideline, he gets shoved in the back and goes to the ground. The ball's caught on the 5. He runs to the 30.
No, they should have called it, but.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
Not so much. David's got the day off today. You're with me and Pat Kirwan. Pat joining us, courtesy of Pinchers. Pinchers where you cannot fake fresh. We focused really on 2 games there. Let's get to a few more because there's a lot of big games. First off, the Jags and the Broncos. Broncos have won 11 in a row. The Jags have won 5 in a row. They're playing really good football. Their defense is really solid, but their defense is not the Denver Broncos defense. I think it's going to be trouble for Jacksonville to go up to Denver in the altitude and win this football game. Our handicapper that we had on earlier thinks the Broncos win by double digits. When you see this game, what type of problems can Jacksonville create for Denver?
Well, they'll do fine for a while, but as I said, I was on the sideline for the Chiefs game in that building, and it was clear to me, standing right behind the Kansas City bench, that they all ran out of gas. They could not rush the passer in the fourth quarter. It's no different than Elway. Elway had 53 fourth-quarter wins come from behind game-winning drives, and 37 or 38 of them were in Denver. I don't think Jacksonville, a C-level team, is going to have any chance of sustaining rush. And you and I have talked about this 100 times. When does Bo Nix win games? In the fourth quarter.
Yep.
Is the most game-winning drives, and I bet you almost every one of them's at home. I think Jacksonville's it's a good test for their durability in the postseason, but I don't see them winning this game. It was 2.5 when it opened. I don't know what the thing is, but I would say Jacksonville is going to play okay. We're not going to be disappointed with them, but they're not good enough to win this game in Denver. Same thing we said later. I would have taken Green Bay or anybody else at home, but not up there.
Are the Denver receivers underrated? Because it seems, and I don't know if it's, Mims is playing pretty well. Nix is, last week I thought he was terrific, but I don't think people look at the Denver receivers as a good group. I think they're a little underrated.
They are, and I had a conversation about that subject with Russell Wilson. And, Russell had a couple of those guys, not all of them, but he had a couple of them. And he said the same thing you just asked. He said, I've been with a lot of receivers. Those guys are really good. And so I'll back you up with your instincts on that one with Russell's comment. Russell was the one throwing to him. I do like them. And I think, and they're big. There's a lot of tall guys. When you're standing around those guys, you realize that they're good, strong, big, lean athlete types. And most of them can get behind you on defense.
Let's talk about the old man. Monday night, we won't talk to you before that game. San Francisco, who I already mentioned, has a shot at the 1 seed. They've got to go on the road and play Indy. They host Chicago, and then they finish with Seattle. Let's just focus on the game against the Colts. The Colts surprised the hell out of me the way they played last week, keeping that game tight. Now they're at home. They're going to have the crowd. They're not going to have to deal with that Seattle crowd that's highly underrated. And Phillip Rivers, his second game back as grandpa. When you look at this game, how much of a shot do you give the Colts at home?
Well, I got to separate emotion from reality. I want the Colts to win just because of Phillip Rivers. You heard my interview with Austin Eckler. You heard him talk about who Phillip really is and how he operates. He completely understands. And this is Jim Miller's point. He gets them in the right play. They will not make a lot of mistakes. Will he be able to throw a deep ball or two per quarter? That's the question. If he keeps having to just play the check down game, they'll eventually be 5 under 2 deep, and they might be 6 under 1 deep. So he has to address that. 49ers, they're a better team, but they're on the road. I think everyone got excited last night when Seattle won. That, here's the clear path. We heard it 100 times. Clear path. That's an assumption. I already said earlier in this show, I don't think they're going to make it to the 1 seed, but I like that they're in the middle of it. I would love to see the Colts win, and if I do well on Sunday, I'll be taking them on Monday night before we go to the. Jim will be shocked, but I'm for Phil.
The Patriots blew that big lead against Buffalo. We know that Lamar's not Lamar this year. He's hurt. I mean, there's not a doubt in my mind that Lamar's playing through injury. But when you look at this game, it's a huge game really for both teams because the Patriots still have to try to win the division and they can't slip up too much. And Baltimore's trying to catch Pittsburgh. So Baltimore at home, Lamar and a team that's not what we thought it was. We thought a lot more of this roster. Yes, they've had injuries, but as Baltimore and New England get after it, that loss, what's it going to do for New England to get started in this game against Baltimore Sunday night?
I think New England's a very disciplined team. They bought a defense. There's a lot of veterans, smart guys playing defense for the head coach. The head coach is a tough guy, and I think he likes where his offense is as well. I'm with you on Baltimore. They're wounded, and they were so quarterback-centric. And, yeah, they won a game with what's his name, Tyler. But this is different, and they've been hiding the reality of who Lamar is physically. Although last week he's not running them a lot, but when he did run them, it wasn't bad looking. If they really believe it's now and never, you're going to see the kid Lamar try to run. You know, it was amazing. He was averaging 11 runs a game against the Bengals and only ran it twice. He's going to have to run the ball for them to win, and he's going to have to run it 10 times. And if he doesn't, they will not win.
Tampa's fizzling. Carolina's average. It's in Carolina. They're a much better team at home. I actually think Carolina is going to win. Tampa's run defense is pretty good. That's what Carolina's bread and butter is. How do you see this one, Pat?
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Todd Bowles, and I don't like the way this is going for him. It's interesting, my conversation with Coach Cowher this week. The coach loved Todd's post-game speech. He said, a lot of coaches can't tell the truth. They got to go circle around things and avoid reality subjects. He hit it right on the head, and he knows that team loves their coach. I think Tampa's going to play very hard, and they will win the game.
Detroit can't lose if they're going to make the playoffs. Pittsburgh needs to keep winning if they're going to win the division. Detroit's a huge favorite in this game. Aaron Rodgers against this banged-up, lousy Detroit defense.
Oh, thanks for using the word lousy. You're being kind. They have that tells me you're from Detroit. So here's the realities. Detroit's defense in the last 4 weeks, 1,819 yards. That is 453 yards a game. They're also giving up Rodgers will love this. They're giving up 329 yards a game passing. All right, that's a real big problem. Except that their offense in Detroit scores 34 points a game for the last month. And that's where I don't know that Pittsburgh can go up with them toe-to-toe scoring-wise. And I like Detroit in this game, and I like them. Look, I think Rodgers played the best game of the year from this year, and I think the game will be close. But I don't. When it's all said and done, it's going to be like Detroit 32 and our friends in Pittsburgh 27.
Yeah, I think you're probably right because Pittsburgh's defense isn't any good either. And without Watt, Jared Goff should be able to have a day. Hey, the Chargers are a slight underdog in Dallas. And I know the Chargers are banged up, but they've still got a lot to play for. That 4 seed's important. Rather, that 5 seed in the AFC, that's important, Pat. And the Chargers have a shot on that to be ahead of Buffalo. And that means you're going to play the AFC North winner. That's a big deal. I think the Chargers can get it done in Dallas. Do you?
Yes, I do. I don't trust Dallas. And everyone, they're going to be out of it. They're not making the playoffs. And I don't even think Philadelphia feels threatened by them. I talked to Odafe Owe, former Raven, now on the Chargers. The guy has played extremely well in the last 2 weeks. He's got 3 sacks in the last 2 games, 4 hits on the quarterback, 4 tackles for loss. And, man, was he excited about playing on this defense. He said, and I got him to talk a little bit about Jim Harbaugh, and I said, what was his greatest speech of the week? Because Jim's out there, he's flying high. He said he tried to tell us that our game reminded him of zombies from some movie. And he goes, he talked about zombies for 15 minutes. We all left the room. We weren't sure what it meant, but we felt like we could win. I go, okay. Jim has made some kind of medicine to make you guys believe in him. I think the quarterback is running the ball well. He's running actually more than he's ever run. Go look at his run stats. This will be his best year ever. And these quarterbacks that smartly run for first downs, which I preach all the time, create problems, and he will do it. So I like the Chargers in this game. I've given up trusting the Dallas Cowboys.
He's Pat Kirwan, NFL Radio's Moving the Chain, CBS Sports, the NFL Today Show. And Pat joins us twice a week, courtesy of Pinchers, locations from Tampa to Key West. Pinchers, where you cannot fake fresh. Pat, enjoy the games. We'll talk again on Tuesday.
Talk to you Tuesday.
And I'll deliver stone crabs to you on Tuesday.
Thank you very much.
He's Pat Kirwan. We'll talk the Canes with Gary Ferman next.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Got a cracked window or foggy glass? Don't wait for the next storm to make it worse. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business is just down the road and ready to help. From leaky frames to shattered panes, we've got the tools and the know-how to get your home or business storm ready. With flexible scheduling and our done right promise, you'll be in good hands. So before or after the weather hits, call your neighbors at Glass Doctor.
Glass Doctor, Glass Doctor. Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
This is Miller and Moulton.
I just scrolled up at the comments, and Mello, if you don't think I'm a good interviewer, that's fine. I make a few more comments when David's not here. I find it interesting that you say I make comments because I think, and I would say it if David was here, David talks far more before asking a question than I do. But whatever you like, man, it's on you. If you think I suck, that's okay. You can always turn us off or turn me off and, join us on Monday when David's back. It matters not to me. mean, I would hope that you like what we do or what I do, but I can't control that. Oh, hey, of course. And thank you, Puck. I don't think Bowles sucks, guys. I think he's going to be the scapegoat of this. I think Jason Light gets a hell of a pass, you guys. I really do. I mean, Tryon Smith, some of these guys on defense suck. I don't think Bowles has a choice. They went out and got what's his ass, who's done nothing on defense. I mean, that defense, Bowles is in charge of the defense. And if he's in charge of the players, then you can put more on him. But I don't know how much personnel, I think he has a say, but I certainly don't think he has final decision. But, last night's game every part of it was awesome, Michael. I like I said to Pat, I was amazed at how, for a game that was 38-37, that game was physical. They were hitting hard. And Stafford still went up and down the field the whole damn game. Yes, Reddick. He's been terrible. Terrible. And I mean, I liked the signing because they needed to get another pass rusher. He's been a bust. I'd be guilty of the same thing if I was a GM. So I can't blame him. But man, that's not Bowles' fault, is it?
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Football Friday edition of Miller and Moulton. David has the day off today. He had some surgery yesterday, so he's recovering. He'll be back on Monday. Poor guy has surgery, has to take a day off on his birthday and can't even enjoy it. So send him a post on X to happy birthday. He will appreciate it. 60 years old for my co-host today. So a happy birthday to David. Gary Ferman joins us. He covers the Canes for Canesport.com. You can follow him on X at Canesport. at Kane Sport. Gary, thank you. Welcome to the show. How you doing this morning?
Oh, doing great, man. Getting ready to jump on a little plane here and head over to College Station for what promises to be an epic day of football tomorrow.
I'm with you 100%. I put a poll question up today, and I'm curious your thoughts on this one. Do the Canes have to win to justify being selected by the playoff committee?
No, because they earned their way there. I mean, obviously they want to win, but Miami belonged in this playoff. The issue was Notre Dame and Alabama, in my opinion, and the SEC flexing its muscle and pulling off getting Alabama into the party when it should have been Notre Dame ahead of Alabama. Miami belongs here. Miami beat Notre Dame fair and square at the beginning of the season. Yes, they had a couple weeks hiccup in the middle where, you can evaluate it, analyze it in many different ways, and you certainly can come up with excuses for it if you want to, but there's no excuses in sports. You win or you lose. And Miami beat Notre Dame fair and square and absolutely deserved to be in this playoff.
For the record, I agree 100% with you. I just thought it was a fair question today, given the fact that this was a lot of talk. The other side of this, just any word before we get to the game, because this was all screwed up. I've blamed the ACC for this, because if they would have had a tiebreaker that made any sense at all, playoff rankings would have mattered, and they would have been playing Virginia for the ACC title. Are you hearing anything out of the ACC about redoing their tiebreaker situation?
Yeah, they're working on it, but I mean, let's be honest. This conference is a little bit of a clown show when it comes to making decisions and doing things. They just put out a schedule for next year where some teams are playing 8-game conference schedules and some teams are playing 9-game college schedule. I mean, conference schedules. So, how in the world is that going to work? And how are you going to have legit standings at the end of the next season doing it that way? It just makes zero sense to me. But yeah, like they can't seem to get out of their own way up there at the conference office, and definitely need to do their job a little bit better. And they are taking a look at these tiebreakers and seeing what they can do to make it better, so that a situation like what came up this year with a 5-loss team, getting through some crazy tiebreaker by decimal points to get to Charlotte doesn't happen again.
There's no doubt. And clown show is an accurate description, Gary. I agree with you wholeheartedly. That schedule is the most ridiculous thing I've ever seen. All right, let's get to the game. A&M's got a good quarterback. He can move. He can make things happen with his legs. I don't know, outside of maybe Texas, where he didn't have success, that he's seen a defensive front and speed on defense like he'll see against the Canes. To me, that's the game. When you look at this game, what's the breaking point? What's that breaking point in the game where the Canes have to win in order to advance?
That's the start of it for sure. And if you look at the past performance charts here of this year, I believe there were 5 games where Miami faced a running quarterback, or certainly a quarterback capable of running with the football. And I believe, I'm going off memory here, the cumulative number of positive yardage was something like 27. Corey Heatherman's a defensive coordinator that knows how to deal with a running quarterback, and has historically, through this early stages of his career, done a great job scheming things up to control that. And I'm expecting Miami to do the same on Saturday. I think that's a huge key for them on defense, for sure, is containing Reed, making sure that he's a passer and not a runner. And I'm expecting them to be successful in that regard. You're not going to totally shut down Texas A&M. They have a very explosive offense. They have playmakers all over the field. But you certainly can't let the quarterback take off for 20-yard gains if you're going to be successful on Saturday. So that's going to be very high up on the Miami agenda. And I expect them to be successful in that regard. To me, the key to the game for Miami beyond that is figuring out how to attack offense in this game. They've had different variations of offense throughout the year. It's been kind of interesting. They started out as a ground and pound focused team, running the ball 75% of the time up the middle through the A and B gaps. trying to rely on a big, strong, powerful offensive line to pave the way to victory. The problem they ran into is that was keeping opponents in football games. It was making their offense way too station to station. They were getting in way too many third down situations. And when you're in third down all the time, you're not going to convert. If you convert 50, 60% of them, you're doing pretty well. So that's a lot of possessions during the course of a game where you're punting the ball and not scoring. And they got caught in the Louisville game and the SMU game where they only scored 20 and 21 points, and they were going against offensive coordinators that are good coaches, and they know how to scheme things up too. And, they had winning plays in their back pockets, and they were able to hit some chunk plays against the Miami defense and get enough points on the board to win. So to me, this is the real key to the game. How does Miami choose to play offense in this game? Do they go back to the ground and pound, try to bore the crowd to death, take one of the toughest stadiums in college football out of the equation? That's one formula that we've seen teams and coaches do through the years very successfully on the road in this kind of situation. Or do they stick with what has worked over the last month and has been dynamic and exciting, but it's been against competition that is not as good as what they will face here in the college football playoff? Will it work as effectively against that level of competition? This is why these coaches make millions of dollars, and they have to make that decision and figure it out. But to me, that's the key for Miami tomorrow.
I agree with you 100%. And it is fast because the points that you make are all valid. And you're right. A&M, from a physicality standpoint, in the trenches, I don't know what you think, Gary, but I think this is probably, I don't think Notre Dame even had it. I think physically this is the best team that the Canes will play all year as far as in the trenches. And the line of scrimmage, who can win that's going to determine who wins this game.
Very likely. Yeah, both teams have playmakers, but both teams have guys that can do things offensively. I think you're right. You look at A&M, and if you look at the analytics and the numbers, they have the best third down defense in college football this year. They've got great blitz schemes. They've got an elite defensive end, edge rusher, and if you're in third and long against this team, you're setting yourself up for problems with a quarterback, by the way, who has a multi-year track record of not handling pressure very well, like a lot of quarterbacks don't. But the bottom line is where Carson Beck breaks down at times is when he's pressured. So, something has to give without question. I mean, I saw a stat a day or so ago where opponents at College Station are converting third downs at like a 14% rate. Okay, that's not going to get it done, obviously. So Miami's got to stay out of third and long. They've got to do a really good job of being strategically aggressive and making sure that when the fourth quarter comes, they've got enough points to win the game.
Is there a game breaker better than Tony on the field, though? I mean, I think that Carson Beck's got the one weapon that if they can get that going, I don't know if Tony's coverable. How big does he have to be for the Canes tomorrow afternoon?
Well, you could bracket him, double cover him, and slow him down for sure. But then, the other guy's got to step up. Listen, those two guys over on the other side of the ball are pretty good. You can win with Concepcion and Craver. I mean, they're dynamic playmakers also. Miami's got other guys also that can make big plays. So this one's on the offensive coordinator, Shannon Dawson. This is his moment in his career. It's the biggest game he's ever coached in. And he's got to figure out the ways to dial up enough offense to win. I mean, that's the bottom line. Yes, they got to win in the trenches, but they can't get caught up in a game in the mud either on the road like that. You got to score and score and score in this game, in my opinion.
Which puts a lot on Carson Beck. And Carson Beck has shown brilliance. He's also shown games where you scratch your head. How do we get the good Carson Beck tomorrow?
The way you call the game, the way you manage down and distance and put him in good situations. If you go up there and you think you're going to run, 10 bubble screens and be successful, I don't think that's going to work. I mean, Texas A&M is very physical. They defend the bubble screen. I mean, you have to design an offensive game plan that puts him in good situations and allows the positives of Carson Beck to come to the forefront. They did that against Notre Dame. You look back at that Notre Dame game. Miami had a 2-touchdown lead at one point, and they were executing that to perfection. They got a little too conservative and let Notre Dame climb back in the game, which is why the score was as tight as it was. But Miami is capable of doing what it takes to win this game. There's no question about it. They just have to go there, put it together the right way, and get it done.
I may be crazy, and this may be just a stupid thought. You can call me on it if it is, but I do. You mentioned Cow Field, and I think it's one of the most underrated home field advantages in football. I think the fact that it's an 11 a.m. Central start really helps the Canes. Am I off base?
Not at all. No, that was an absolute win for Miami to get a noon game. I mean, heat is certainly not going to be a factor, and it definitely has an impact on a stadium and a crowd without question. Now, this is a big game. I mean, you can't be foolish thinking that you're walking into a love fest up there. I mean, they kiss each other a lot in the stands up there in College Station. Don't get me wrong. I mean, there's a lot of loving going on in a lot of different directions up there. But no, I mean, they're going to be very engaged in this game without question. And Miami's got to be prepared. They've had snap count problems throughout the season that they have to make sure don't resurface in this game. And at the end of the day, it's going to come down to execution of individual plays and also a winning game plan that is very significant in this situation.
And as Gary mentioned, third down key in this game. Miami is terrific on third down. They're 16th in the nation. But A&M defensively is the best team in the country on third down. That's the game within the game. Gary said it several times. It's going to be the offensive game plan. But the other side, stopping them on third down. Miami's pretty damn good at that as well. I think that all starts with containing the quarterback, but you can't sleep on the Canes defense either.
Absolutely not. No. And, this defense coordinator has been a huge difference maker for the program because he knows how to manage those types of things. And that's why their numbers are as good as they are because of the way that he schemes things up and the good job they do, quite frankly, with running quarterbacks. And yes, I'm expecting Miami to have a really good plan on defense for this game, and that's why I'm putting so much focus on the offensive plan. And you may have to get into the 30s to win this game. Let's be honest. I mean, they average 36 points a game for a reason. They do have a lot of playmakers. They can run the ball. They can throw the ball. They're going to make some plays, and Miami just has to make sure that it's running offense in a smart way that puts the quarterback in the best of situations so that he doesn't throw a Louisville game like he did earlier in the year where it was just way too out of control. And they're scoring points. That's big key here.
Who has the special teams advantage? Because, as the way you're talking, Gary, these teams, they kind of mirror one another. Both defenses really good on third down. I think A&M, we think, runs it maybe a little better than Miami, but Miami can run it. And maybe Miami pass a little better. Is special teams going to be the difference? And who do you think has the better special teams?
Miami's been very solid in the kicking game. They've got an extremely good punter. He's very consistent and reliable. So if they have to punt the football, they should get.
Ouch. I think we lost Gary there, and we did. Right in the middle of the answer. How about that? Cut off. Didn't even get a prediction on him, but I think he's right. I think the winning team's going to be in the 30s. Hell, I think both teams may be in the 30s when this is said and done. I picked Miami earlier. So did David, for that matter. I know that scares the hell out of all the Canes fans out there. Lee Sterling was with us. All three of us picked the Canes earlier in the game. They are the underdog. 3.5's the number. Noon kick. The Canes and A&M. It's an 11:30 local start. I think that bodes well for Miami. But which Carson Beck shows up? They need Carson Beck to deliver in a big moment. And then the Canes can move on and take on the Buckeyes in round 2. Alabama, Oklahoma, the winner of that game gets Indiana. I think the Crimson Tide get it done as well on the road. I'm picking the 2 road games for the first 2. Obviously, the 2 big favorites I'm taking at home and Oregon and Ole Miss. We'll switch gears and go back to Sunday, maybe a little Saturday with JP Shadrick. He's next. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com. Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing, and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000, depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you can be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to capecops.com. Capecops.com. Be brave, be best. Be Cape.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
The holidays are here, and our special showcases of overstocks and estate jewelry is waiting.
50% off diamond bracelets, rings, earrings, pendants, even stunning colored gemstone jewelry with tanzanite, sapphire, rubies, and more.
Todd and I are in the store every day to help you uncover the perfect gift.
Wrap up a little magic this year.
Hurry in. These 50% off deals won't last. Only at the Diamond District. Hablamos Español.
Football season is back, and celebrate your game day with Jimmy the Beef Guy. We're talking tender, juicy Chicago beef sandwiches. Whether your party's for 10, 100, or 200, bring game day to your house with Jimmy the Beef Guy. The catering packages come with the beef, the gravy, the peppers, the bread, everything you need. 2 convenient locations, Fort Myers and Bonita Springs. Skip the ordinary and bring the beef. Jimmy the Beef Guy, Chicago flavor, Southwest Florida style. Call today or visit jimmythebeefguy.com. Tell him Miller and Moulton sent you.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Hello, JP.
Hey, good morning. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. Thanks.
Flying solo today. David had surgery yesterday.
Oh, man. Okay.
He had some oral surgery, and he's out of commission today. So,
yeah, that's no fun.
And it's his damn birthday.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
60.
All right. Love that. What's up with you?
You know, just another day at the office. Getting ready for a fun football weekend.
Oh, boy. This Saturday's going to be legit now.
Yeah, it is. And tonight, I'm looking forward to tonight.
I know they're going to find a way to lose.
Oh, wow. Listen to you.
Yeah.
All right. If you're right, is DeBoer going to Michigan?
I doubt that. But I just don't have any. They've got an Oklahoma problem. It's something. I mean, last time it was turnovers, and they can't run, first of all, on anybody.
No, they can't.
And then they turn it over in big spots. That's what happened against the last Oklahoma game. And I just don't like it. On the road, night game. I don't know. I'm just not confident in what they're doing. But what do I know? I don't know. They can go up there and win. I don't think it's going to be Oklahoma's offense is terrible too now.
Oh, first one to 24?
Yeah, maybe 20.
Right.
So,
by the way, just out of curiosity, are you a drinker? And if so, what is your drink of choice?
Yes.
That's usually my answer too.
No, I drink bourbon mainly. So I like beer, IPA stuff. That's fine. But I've acquired over the years a collection of bourbon at the house.
Ah, very nice.
Yeah,
do you have a favorite? Yeah. Do you have a favorite that's under $70 a bottle? Because I mean, we can all, talk about really good expensive bourbon. Do you have a go-to bourbon that's, not going to break the bank?
Yeah, I mean, I like the weeded stuff, the Weller and all that kind of stuff, But if you can find it, MSRP is not crazy on those. And they're starting to be out there more. I think the big surge has kind of come and gone in that industry. So you're starting to see a whole lot more stuff out there. I really love the Colonel Taylor like single barrel stuff. Like if you can get your hands on that, it's just tough to find sometimes, and it's a little pricier. But day to day, I'm kind of all over the map. I don't really have one every single day, but the Weller stuff's probably my favorite.
Yeah, I've kind of fallen into that recently, and it's really good.
Yeah, Special Reserve's good, and then if you get the 107, put a little rock in there. Yeah, that's a fantastic drink.
I'm right there with you. I'm right there with you. I do enjoy it. Good morning, Aurora. Good morning, everybody in Twitch and YouTubeville.
Are there comments? How's that?
Oh, yeah, there's comments the whole show. They comment, they interact the whole show.
Wow.
For 4 hours. It's actually
good morning. Greetings.
It's pretty cool.
That is cool. That is cool.
Because we don't take calls, and I've never been a big fan of calls on shows anyhow. I know some people like it, so then when they say something stupid, the host berates them. But I don't care for that. I like the interaction with the comments that you can pick and choose what you put on air.
Mm-hmm.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floor Meister Studios. Floor Meisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Well, half of that statement is true. David with the day off today. I wish I could say it was for a fun reason, because it is, after all, his 60th birthday. So hit him up on X and wish him a happy birthday. But David had some dental work done yesterday, and he is taking the day off to recover. And I'm hoping he's all hopped up on pain pills, and enjoying his day off. But JP Shadrick was able to rearrange his schedule for us, because we took part of the show off yesterday because we both had things going on. I had some stuff as well as David, and JP joins us at this time. Good morning, JP. How are you?
Good morning. All's well. Life happens. Things happen. Schedules change, but we're here, baby. It's football season. It's December. Some important football ahead, both in college and NFL. And we're talking a little bit earlier, Mark. It is this Saturday has turned into, I think, year over year, one of the most exciting days of football all year long, with the college playoff games, with Saturday NFL games. And here we go, the weekend before Christmas.
No doubt, and a big Saturday slate in the NFL, certainly Saturday night with Bears and Packers. But Sunday, for those of you not in the Jacksonville market, for those of you not in the Denver market, you better have the ticket, or you better go to a sports bar, because they're giving you Steelers-Lions instead of Broncos-Jags. And yes, it's an incredible disservice, and it's a big game for both. This is a litmus test, but the Jags still have not locked in the division. They do not have the tiebreaker against the Texans. So every game is critical for the Jags. Now they've got to go play a team that's won 11 in a row, doing it on the road in maybe the toughest place to play in the league. And not necessarily because of the crowd, because of the damn altitude. Are the Jags ready for this, JP?
Feels like it. The confidence is there in the locker room, going in there earlier this week on Wednesday and Thursday. And it's kind of business as usual. They're not really hyping up the stretch run and the playoff chase and all that. They know they have to keep taking it game by game, as cliche as that sounds. And this is the next one up. It happens to be a really important next one up because of everything you just talked about. And they understand it. Everybody sees it. They know what's at stake. But they've just got to continue to go execute. The offense has been working at a really high level lately, like 33 points per game since week 9. I mean, that's high level. And I think there's still more out there for this offense too. But against this Broncos defense, you'll find out in a hurry, if you're legitimate or not. And maybe they can take some things off the Packers last week, who actually performed pretty well against this group. And so the confidence is there. I don't think they're scared of any team in the league. I think they feel like they can compete with any team in the league. And there you go. That's the feel, I think, going into this game. Reality, you get out there, things can happen. The noise gets loud. The altitude is high, especially early in the game. That really can affect the team. So once you get past that early wave of that, then you maybe can settle in. You just got to keep the game as tight as you can up to that point. But boy, this is a really fantastic matchup of two teams on a roll right now. I wonder if the Broncos are due, though, for that L.
Boy, that not even really looked at that. I will say, before we get to more on the game, Jacoby Myers got paid. You make the trade, you bring him over, everybody applauded the trade, and then they go sign him and pay him. Way to go, Jacksonville front office. I think they deserve their kudos for getting this done. You don't see a lot of mid-season deals, if you will, and I applaud them for getting this done.
Well, he had to go prove it for a few weeks too. They couldn't immediately go sign the guy. You don't know if he's going to play or not play or work out or not. I mean, they had an idea. That's why they brought him in. But you have to go perform, and he's done that. And not only perform on the field, but I think almost instantly transformed the other players around him as the way he goes about his business day to day, in the meeting rooms, in the locker room. He takes care of his body. Nothing was ever given to him. I mean, he's had to earn everything he's had in the NFL, working his way up, and I think that shows a lot, especially for a younger receiver like Brian Thomas Jr. I think you've seen Brian kind of change the way he goes about some things in the last month or two, because he's got some veteran presence around him now with Jacoby Myers. And Tim Patrick's been here all year, but similar idea with him. Nothing given to Tim in his career. He's had to earn everything he's had, and those two guys are really good models for how you go about your business as a wide receiver in the NFL. So, yeah, great deal. Get the job done. They like him in the building. So, but they had to make sure he could perform before you go sign that deal, and they're very confident.
And I love the point you made, because Brian Thomas has gotten better since he was dropping balls early. So, I mean, I don't know if that's just the influence of someone who's done it at a high level before, and just how
competition, right? I mean, hey, guess what? We're going to throw the ball to the guy who's catching it, not the guy who's dropping it.
These teams are reasonably similar. You got quarterbacks that people around the league question. Bo Nix had some great fourth quarter comebacks. Trevor's had his moments, and then they both had some bad. Defenses are both really solid. But Denver has impressed me with their receivers. Jacksonville's great at stopping the run. Denver's not a terrific run team. They mix it up as well. When you look at the secondary for Jacksonville, how do they slow down Bo Nix and Denver in what I don't think is going to be a huge scoring game, but their passing attack's gotten better. It was really good against Green Bay last week. So when you look at the secondary for Jacksonville, what do they need to do Sunday?
Yeah, it's a good one. This is one where it's been really difficult for teams to get consistent pressure on Bo Nix. I mean, he's only got 17 sacks this year because of his ability to move around, and they move him a lot. But when the teams do get pressure on him, his percentage goes down like 20% with pressure. So it's like under 50%. So I think they're going to put some pressure on Bo Nix and try to keep him in that pocket if they can with that pressure. They've got to be able to do that. With the 4, but they might bring a little added pressure too. And we've seen that from Anthony Campanelli this year. That in turn will help the back end when the ball's coming out a little quicker. I think they're confident in the safeties. They kind of have brought 3 guys in to play a lot since Andrew Wingard came back from injury. Antonio Johnson's playing at a high level at safety. Eric Murray's been healthy now, the veteran back there, kind of keeping everything calm on the back end. But having those three guys out there and rotating in certain scenarios, like a big nickel, they're going to bring in that third safety type. And that could be big in a game like this, especially when you have a guy like Evan Ingram running around as an extra receiver, the tight end. We know all about him here in Jacksonville too. So I think that's where it starts with those guys. And then you got to have guys that can just go play one-on-one sometimes if you're going to bring that added pressure. And Greg Newsome, I think that's probably where his best game is. So, all right, we're about to see it this week. He's going to have to step up and play in some one-on-one situations.
Yeah, Evan Ingram got paid. And, we bring this up every damn week. Jacksonville and tight ends. It is the Achilles heel of what has been a really good defense. Pressure's one way, and that's the biggest way. But you brought up those safeties. Is that the game within the game, stopping Ingram?
I think so. I mean, he doesn't have huge numbers this year, but we saw it here in this building, what he can do when he's set up the right way. And don't set him up the right way. I don't think number 42 Winger is going to be chasing him around. I think you're going to have some other plans for Evan, and that's just how it's going to have to be. I think that's a real key in this game. And you know what? Yeah, don't let Bo Nix extend things and run around out of the pocket, because that's where he can be at his best. Got to keep him as contained as possible and heat him up.
We know that Liam Cohn's going to want to run the football. I mean, that's Jacksonville's MO. Run it first. But, the Jacksonville tight end, since he's been back, has been a big part of this. We talk about the receivers, but that tight end has done a hell of a job to me, and I think he's made life easier for Trevor. Like during this streak, yeah, they've played some bad teams. They've just pounded them too. Jacksonville's scoring at a high rate, and I give Strange a lot of credit because I think he's made it life easier on Trevor.
No doubt, both in the pass and the run game. And I mean, the last 3 weeks have not been fantastic running attacks for this team. I mean, just barely over 100 yards the last couple of weeks as a team. They have different priorities, right? I mean, they found a hole in the Jets defense, decided to throw it all day, and that's fine. A lot of those to running backs. But Brenton Strange is fantastic in the blocking game. I mean, he is an elite run blocking tight end. And he was missed sorely when he was out for those 4 or 5 weeks. And he's been back, and he's changed the whole attitude of things up front. And then in the passing game, you can count on him down the field to make a handful of catches a game and move the sticks a few times. So he's massive for what they want to do. But yeah, they have to run the ball this week. They cannot stand back there and pat the football and throw it 45 times against the Denver Broncos pass rush, the number 1 sack team in football, with guys across the line. I mean, that's just not going to be in the cards. So I think they try to enforce their will on the offensive line, lean on those guys and Brenton Strange and maybe an extra lineman, and just shove it down their throat. I mean, that's what you got to do. Run the football this week.
JP Shadrick, pre and post for the Jags Radio Network, Touchdown Radio Network, and Westwood One, calling football. This is a question the host should know before he asks the question. E on the host. Air right now. How much work are you doing the next week? You busy?
Next week, yeah, okay. It's been this week just regular Jag stuff the last couple of weeks, but next week I've got Broncos at Chiefs on Christmas night, and that's lost a little bit of the spiciness because of the Chiefs being out of it. And then I come back on Friday, interview Liam Cohen, my normal Friday for Jags pregame, and then Saturday night is the Gator Bowl here in Jacksonville, Virginia, against Missouri. Bo Pribula decided to go in the transfer portal, so that has lost a little bit of the spice too. It's all right. It's a fantastic, fun game. And then the Jags are on the road next week in Indianapolis. So, yeah, next week's pretty busy. I wouldn't have it any other way, though. I love it. Load it up. And then I've got a Week 18 Saturday game, too.
Outstanding. JP is a proud Alabama alum. And for the first time, I heard a little hesitation from a Bama fan. Bama and Oklahoma tomorrow. You sounded a little worried about this game, JP.
Yeah, I don't like it. They can't beat Oklahoma. He's 0 for Oklahoma. Like that, that's not good. That's not a good matchup for them. And neither team can play offense right now consistently. I mean, the Jags. Alabama cannot run the football at all. Oklahoma's offense is awful. This might be like a 17-7 just slugfest, slobber knocker, defensive effort. I mean, I don't like the game. I think that's what it is. I mean, and they had them beat last time if they didn't throw all the interceptions and the pick sixes and all that. So if they can get, just like Auburn, once they started affecting the quarterback, he had some problems down the field, and they made plays on the football, and like Auburn got back in it. Could be a similar feel this week.
He's JP Shadrick, pre and post for the Jags. JP, thanks for everything you've done. I know we'll talk next week, but Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas, guys. See you.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer, so if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Think we only fix windows? Think again. Your local Glass Doctor Home and Business does so much more to upgrade your home. We custom build stunning shower and bath enclosures, install sleek glass doors and windows, and can bring fresh life to foggy or cracked panes. Need a glass tabletop or a statement mirror? Yep, we do that too. If it's glass and it's in your home, we're the team to call.
Call the Glass Doctor, we fix your pains. Oh, yeah.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Thank you, Aurora. That's very nice of you. Good luck. I had to drive to Naples yesterday. When I tell you what, my wife works in Naples. I know she has to deal with traffic and leaving at 8 yesterday to get down there for my appointment. Holy Toledo, you folks that have to drive down here, I feel for you. Man, oh, man. And it's even worse this week because everybody's out. The stores are packed. People... I almost went NASCAR at Costco yesterday. I came as close to running a cart over as I have in a long time. I was Talladega. I was going 3 wide at Costco. Yeah, my wife drives from South Lee to South Collier every day. So I hear you, Deadstroke. Oh my goodness. I mean, it's basically an hour, 45 minutes to an hour each way for her. Sunday, San Diego, Sunday. From the looks of it, there's nothing Saturday because they're neutral site games. So you can't, there's nothing tonight. There's no ranked, BYU's the only ranked team playing. They're at home. Tomorrow, the 2 games that look like they're roadies are actually neutral sites. They're both in Atlanta. Sunday, and I hate it. For the record, you've got Vanderbilt at Wake at 1. That's a true road game. Line's not out, but Vandy's going to be favorite. The other one that scares the bejibbers out of me is UConn at DePaul. And then because Gonzaga, Oregon's a neutral game. So there's 2 on Sunday, and I don't like either of them, but hell, I've not liked some of these games. Yeah, Vandy, Wake on Sunday, and UConn DePaul, San Diego. They really are. System's 5-1 right now. 5-1. It's due to lose a couple, and DePaul sucks. I mean, they're what is it? Power 6 in hoop. I don't know what you want to call it. They've got to be one of the worst teams in power conference basketball. It's funny too, DTW, because a lot of people, at least that I know, like the guys that I play golf with and what have you, this is when a lot of them go back. You know, a lot of them are leaving here for the holidays, but I guess for everyone that leaves to go north to their family, there's probably 10 coming down. And and it's not just my Costco experience. I know where I'm going. I go there a lot. I tried it. You cannot do things quickly there. I mean, they pull out into the main lanes far worse than people pulling out on the road into main lanes. I will say Publix prime rib rib roast. It's not prime rib. It's choice meat. Still $9.99 a pound. That's like $8 better a pound than Costco, for the record. And if you're a Prime member and you're going to do caviar for the 7 fishes, go to Whole Foods. That's cheaper than Costco too. A little shopping tips for you here on Miller and Moulton. I love grocery shopping. I will fully admit it. I love every part of it. I love every store. I like going to multiple places. I have a problem.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
No, it's not. It's not. David's got the day off today. Happy birthday, David. It is his 60th. It's not why he's taking the day off, however. David had some serious dental work done yesterday. I don't think he's able to talk much today. I know he's in a decent amount of pain, so we wish David a speedy recovery. I'm expecting him back on Monday when we will recap a big NFL weekend and obviously the first round of the college football playoffs. For the record, I asked David to give me his bracket, and he didn't. He just gave me his winners. He and I have the same teams winning. We both have Alabama and Miami. We both have Oregon and Ole Miss. For the record past that, I've got Indiana playing Oregon. I've got Oregon beating Texas Tech. And I've got Georgia and Ohio State matching up. And while I picked Georgia to win the title before the season began, I had Georgia beating Penn State for what it's worth. I am going to deviate from that. I think the Buckeyes will beat Georgia in the semifinal. And I think Oregon's going to upset Indiana. I do think it's tough to beat a team twice. And I think Oregon's pretty damn good. I think Indiana's really good too. It was a great win. Can they do it again? I'm not picking them. And I think the Buckeyes repeat as national champions. I think they're the best team in the country. I still think that after they lost to Indiana. So those are my picks for what it's worth. Do what you want. As far as the NFL this week, it looks like David and I differ on quite a few games. Right off the bat, I've got Cincinnati. He's got Miami straight up. We both picked Philadelphia against Washington. David picked Green Bay. I'm taking the Bears. We both have Buffalo. You all know by now, just when I thought I was out, they pulled me back in. I'm taking the Chargers. and David's taking the Cowboys. We both have the Saints. We both have Carolina beating Tampa. We both have the Vikings beating the Giants. I'm taking Kansas City. David's taking the upset. He's taking Tennessee at home. David has Jacksonville. I'm taking the Broncos. We both took Atlanta, Houston, and Detroit, as well as New England. But David's taking the old man on Monday night. He's got Phillip Rivers. I've got San Francisco. So those are our straight-up NFL picks. All right. I got something I got to get off my chest here, and I kind of brought it up in the Twitch chat room. It is the time of year where it's crazy, and we should all be a little more patient and a little kinder, and I'm as guilty of it as anyone. And driving around these parts, for those of you, I don't care where you are in Florida. Jacksonville, I'm sure it's just as bad. Tampa, I know, is always a mess. Southwest Florida is its own hell driving this time of year. A lot of vacationers, a lot of people that like to make 4-lane changes all at the same time without looking. But I'm going to get past all of that. I'm going to talk about something near and dear to my heart. Grocery shopping. I love it. I truly do. I wouldn't let my wife go to the store ever. I love the grocery store. And I go to Costco often. And yesterday I thought I was at Talladega. I was trying to go 3 wide and passing people. And there is not a lot of shopping etiquette this time of year. People just stop their cart in the middle and stand there or look at their phone for their list and don't keep moving. They don't. And the worst is Costco, because there are people there, and I saw them yesterday. They just go for the samples. They stop their cart, no matter where they are, in front of whatever the sample is. Oh, my goodness. Two crisp potato chips? Got to have that. I need that more than anything. Damned if you need to get around me, because I'm stopping for a chip. It is something this time of year. And all I will say to you is that for a long time, I think anybody that's listened to this show knows that David and I have a big problem with people in the 10 and under lane having more than 10 items. I have to ask you, and it could have been a poll question today, which, by the way, our poll question today is, do the Canes have to win to justify the committee selecting them? 54% of you say they do. For the record, I don't. I think they should have been in. I always thought they should have been in. I thought they should have been ranked ahead of Notre Dame. It was the committee's fault, not Notre Dame's nor Miami's. But that Mark Miller, Miller_Moulton on X to vote. Have to ask you, 21,000 is the Pelican Roofing of Florida text line. What's worse? The guy in the 10 and under, or gal in the 10 and under item line with more than 10 items, or the person that doesn't have shopping cart etiquette? The person that just throws it up on the sidewalk or puts it in between the two spots so that you can't park there, or you have to be very careful so you don't hit the cart. What happened to common decency? What happened to people taking their cart to where it goes? And it doesn't matter what store this time of year. You can be at Walmart. You can be at Publix. You can be at Costco. Carts are every damn where. I would like to see all of you in 2026 do a better job of putting your cart away. Yes, you are responsible. I know that they send people out at Publix. And, you Aldi shoppers got to get your quarterback. So Aldi's is probably the one place that you can go to and never have to worry about a cart crashing into your car. But a little cart etiquette in 2026, that's all I'm asking for. Is it too much? So there you go. That's all I got. That's my small little complaint in and around the Christmas holiday. Take it for what you will. 21,000. You can hit me up and tell me I'm nuts. You let me know in the Twitch or YouTube chat rooms. So that's my little voice of complaint. But I do think this NFL Sunday is a fun one. Looking forward to Jacksonville and Denver. Does JP have something? Is Denver just due? And, Denver gets by this one, as JP talked about, the game against Kansas City. Not nearly what we thought it was. I mean, Gardner Minshew's going to play, for crying out loud. So if Denver wins against Jacksonville at home, they go to the Chiefs. Not nearly as difficult as it once looked. And then they host the Chargers. I see a split there because the Chargers got them early. So Is Denver actually going to win 14 in a row heading to the playoffs? That's an interesting facet of what their seasons become. Because if you think about it, has there been a team, if this was Buffalo, if this were Green Bay or Detroit or the Rams, we would be crowning them Super Bowl champs. But because it's Denver and Bo Nix, they don't really have the respect that other teams would get. I understand why. Bo Nix is a second-year guy. He's not done anything in the postseason. In fact, they got whacked last year. And Buffalo, while Denver, it's strange because if you go to the sportbook apps, and the Hard Rock's the one I use, Denver has the best odds to win the AFC, but Buffalo has better odds to win the Super Bowl than Denver. Doesn't make a lot of sense. But if it were anybody not named Denver, I think the way we would talk about them is much different. And I know that they've won a bunch of close games, and I think everybody remembers the comeback against a bad Giants team and now downplays that. But when you look at the Broncos this year, they lost the 2 games early. They went and beat the Eagles. No respect there. They smashed the Cowboys. No respect for that. They beat the Chiefs. Really no respect for that. It wasn't until the win against Green Bay that even I gave them the respect that they probably deserved. But it can end quickly because if Jacksonville gets them on Sunday, then everybody will say, see, I told you. So is it going to take 14 in a row for people to give Denver the credit that they rightly deserve in a league where anybody can lose, as they've said forever, any given Sunday? We'll see. I don't think Jacksonville can get it done. I think it's too much to ask that team on the road. If it were in Jacksonville, would I think differently? I might. But Denver has one of the great home advantages in football. And they're a couple games away from having it all the way until the Super Bowl. Miller and Moulton, missing the show, download it in the usual spots. Today was a day when the good, the bad, and the ugly. What's on tap? It's next. Miller and Moulton. American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing and they want you to be a part of it. They're hiring new officers. Starting pay is between $74,000 and $90,000 depending on your experience. And with a $10,000 hiring bonus, you could be making $100,000. Enjoy paid holidays, off-duty details, plenty of OT opportunities. They're also hiring dispatchers and professional staff. So go to CapeCops.com. CapeCops.com. Be brave, be best, be Cape. Let's talk the big differences between Floormeisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floormeisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floormeisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floormeisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floormeisters in Naples. Floormeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floormeisters, just keeping it real.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at PelicanRoofingCompany.com. CCC 13325.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Rudy, that is one of the best statements I've ever seen. That you are so right. Down here, and I very rarely use a cart at Aldi. I usually just take my bag in and fill it, and I'm in and out of there in a hurry because it's like a mile from my house. I'm at Aldi probably twice a week, and I only buy certain things there. But I took a cart the other day, and the lady gave it to me, and I handed her a quarter. And I went in and I just gave it to the guy, and the look on his face that he didn't have to spend a quarter, and he's going to then get one for giving it back. I mean, you would have thought I gave the guy a 50 spot. Thanks, Rudy. Good guess. Makes life easier. I came close to calling to the bullpen. I was literally going to have my son do a segment in the 6 o'clock with me, and I was going to have Felipe do the 9:21. But when we got the Canes guest, I scratched Felipe, and I'm like, the NFL game was too good to not carry the first couple of segments, and I would have talked college with my kid because he's not an NFL guy. He loves his waving back, Aurora. But when that game delivered like it did last night, there was no sense of needing anything to talk about for the first two segments other than that, really. Big golf match today. Fun day. The guy that runs the game, it's the Christmas match. We play 9 holes from the greens, which are our back tees, and our course is a little over 7,000 from the greens. And we play 9 holes from the red tees. Those are the front ladies' tees. I was gonna, but we had guests, and he's never really done interviews, so he wouldn't feel comfortable. There was no need. I have not bothered. I know it's a local thing with the Penguins' new ownership. It doesn't, to me, it doesn't change anything. So DTW, good luck. But PJ, I get it. Hoffman bought it. If we were just a local show, I think we do a ton on it. I actually have Hoffman's number. I thought about reaching out to him. We do too, DTW. We do a red, white, blue one as well. I mean, no one in Tampa really cares about Hoffman buying the Penguins, if you know what I mean, or Huntsville or Jacksonville for that matter. So we don't do as much local, quite frankly, as we used to. And I know that bothers some folks, but don't know what to tell you.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the bonus hour brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. Need that last-minute gift? You can always win Christmas with diamonds, kids. Never a bad gift, never the wrong size. And I have to be honest, if a diamond's the wrong size for the woman in your life, are you really with the right woman? Just a fair question. We all know everybody's got a different pocketbook, so act accordingly. But I know Jason and Todd would love to see you this time of year, and if you stop by at the Diamond District or any of our sponsors, we always ask you to kindly let them know how you heard about them. It is the crux of how we do business on this show, and we'd love to have you as a sponsor as well. Opportunities opening up after the first of the year. Well, this is the time that I talk all the time on the show, and since I've done it for 3 hours and 40 minutes, what the hell? Let's keep going, huh?
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Going way back today, 1732. Benjamin Franklin, under the pseudonym Richard Saunders, begins the publication of Poor Richard's Almanac. He would produce an annual issue for the next 25 years. 1776, Thomas Paine publishes his first American crisis essay, beginning, "These are the times that try men's souls." Indeed. A Christmas Carol by Dickens was published today in 1843. Today in 1913, Jack Johnson fights Jim Johnson to a draw in 10 rounds for the vacant world heavyweight title. The fight was in Paris. It was the first time two black fighters competed for the title today in 1913. 1917, the NHL had its first 2 games played. Montreal won them both. The Canadiens, Joe Malone, had 5 goals in a 7-4 win over the Ottawa Senators. The Montreal Wanderers, Harry Hyland scores 5 goals as well, as the Wanderers beat the Toronto Arenas 10-9. Carl Perkins records Blue Suede Shoes for Sun Records in Memphis today in 1955. The first Liberty Bowl was today in 1959. And if they played and those two teams went at it today, they'd look exactly the same because it was Penn State beating Alabama 7-0. Stanley Kubrick's cult classic, A Clockwork Orange, was released today in 1971. Fun story. Today in 73, on The Tonight Show, Johnny Carson tells a joke about a toilet paper shortage. People took him seriously. People went into a panic and started buying toilet paper across the United States. Carson had to issue a clarification, literally wiping the slate clean. Nelson Rockefeller sworn in as VP today in 74. Ron Wood joined the Rolling Stones today in 75. 2 movies, very different, premiered today. 9 to 5 with Dolly Parton, Jane Fonda, and Lily Tomlin. Lily Tomlin released today in 1980. And Scorsese's Raging Bull with De Niro as Jake LaMotta, also released today in 1980. Scotty Bowman would win and set the record for most wins by any coach in the NHL. He did it today in 1984. It was his 691st regular season win. He would end up winning almost double that, 1,244 for the great Scotty Bowman. 1986, Platoon was released. It would win Best Picture and Best Director. Oliver Stone directing. Bo Jackson named to the Pro Bowl today in 1990. Becoming the first athlete chosen for All-Star games in both Major League Baseball and the NFL. 1997, James Cameron's Titanic was released. Did you think it was good? Really? It was a love story on a boat that crashed. Was it really a good movie? It was really long. I thought it was very average at best. That's just me. The House of Representatives votes to impeach Bill Clinton today in 1998. And the miracle at the New Meadowlands. It was 15 years ago today. The Eagles trailed the Giants by 21 points with 8 minutes to play before scoring 4 touchdowns in the final 7 minutes. The walk-off punt return for a TD by Deshaun Jackson sealing the deal. Ford Frick, they have an award for him. He's a former MLB commissioner. Brezhnev, Doug Harvey from the Hockey Hall of Fame, Bobby Lane, the last Lions quarterback to win a championship, Al Kaline, Maurice White, the founder and singer of Earth, Wind, and Fire, wrestling announcer Mean Gene Okerlund, and Reggie White would have all celebrated birthdays today. Kevin McHale is 68 years old today. Randall McDaniel is 61. Chris Angel is 58. Alyssa Milano and Warren Sapp are both 53 today, and Jake Plummer is 51 years old.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
Very rarely can you use this phrase. I fought the HOA and I won. A great story from Colorado for those of us that think HOA people have you-know-what up there you-know-what. A Colorado neighborhood came together to protest the removal of an inflatable Santa Claus. Dora Flores and her family erected an inflatable Santa. It was 28 feet tall, bigger than their house. Apparently, they saved up money throughout the year to purchase the Santa, she told the television station. People were driving by, taking pictures with their children. But soon, she received a letter saying the decoration was a violation of the Homeowners Association policy. The letter read, "The Santa Claus located in your backyard is excessive in height and not permitted. Please remove immediately." The letter, of course, didn't include any specific height regulations, but did threaten fines if the order was not obeyed. Neighbors joined the Flores family in protesting the order. Several residents reached out to the HOA, social media campaigns, and then neighbors started erecting inflatables of their own. Beyond signs, across the street, the neighbor put up his own inflatable. Now they said they're not going to take it down. The protest worked. They have now received permission to keep Santa up. I've said it once. I'll say it again. Santa Claus, undefeated, untied, and unscored upon. For the bad, we go to San Carlos Park, right up the road here from the station, where Heather Bouchard was found guilty in a one-day trial of trafficking drugs. A call came to the Lee County Sheriff's Office of a drug transaction happening at a convenience store. Deputies ran the plates of a car parked in the lot, which was hers, and they had a warrant out for her arrest in Sarasota. She was sitting outside the store when deputies approached her. She was arrested, and after they searched the bag that she had on her, well, she had some fentanyl, some other narcotics, a firearm, and other paraphernalia. She was arrested on all charges. Finally, the ugly, we go to Cape Coral, where Cape Coral police don't give a damn who you are. Hey, you could be in a position of power, and it doesn't matter. And Rachel Caddick found that out. She was arrested Wednesday morning and accused of DUI. She's a Cape Coral City Council member. She was driving recklessly in the wrong direction on a road before her arrest. She said she was returning home from a restaurant and had not been drinking. She failed field sobriety tests. She did not do a breathalyzer. And she issued a statement, but she didn't say that she was guilty. She just said, I want to address the incident that occurred early this morning in which I was arrested and charged with DUI. I fully understand the seriousness of this matter and the disappointment that many may feel. I am truly sorry for the concern this has caused our community, my colleagues on the city council, and our city staff. She apologized, but again, didn't admit to guilt. We'll see what happens with that story. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, Friday, December the 19th, brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Hiring new officers, other jobs available, great pay, great benefits, overtime available. For all information, capecops.com, capecops.com. All right, tonight, Alabama and Oklahoma. Lee Sterling took Oklahoma. He's the expert. Miller and Moulton, well, based on our record, we're not. We both took Alabama. We shall see. 8 o'clock tonight, ABC, Oklahoma, now a 1.5-point favorite. NHL tonight, the Panthers are at home, a good one. They take on Carolina. That's a 7 o'clock tilt. A few other games in the NHL. NBA tonight, the Heat are on the road. They're getting 6.5 rather at Boston. Sixers are at the Knicks, and OKC at Minnesota. Obviously tomorrow, 3 playoff games, the Canes and A&M at noon. And then we get Tulane and Ole Miss at 3:30. JMU and Oregon is the night game. 2 NFL games tomorrow night. Philadelphia, a 6.5-point favorite at Washington. And the Bears are a 1.5-point favorite hosting Green Bay. So that's a look at what we've got going on. A terrific football weekend. See what happens between the Jags and Denver. Best game of the day. But if you're in Southwest Florida or you're in Tampa, you don't get it. We're going to get Lions and Steelers at 4:25. A 4:05 kick for the Jags in Denver. David picking the upset with the Jags. I'm going with the Broncos at home. And we'll see if the Broncos can keep on keeping on and make it 12 in a row. Monday, we'll recap all of the football action. We'll have our quarterfinals set. Does Oklahoma move on and take on number 1 Indiana, or does Alabama get the job done on the road? And for that matter, A&M and the Canes, we'll see who takes on the Buckeyes in the quarterfinals. The other 2 games, I would be flat out fall over stunned if either Tulane or JMU win. It's too bad that the ACC screwed up, because it's fine to have one group of 5 team. It really is. If we ended up with Tulane in, I don't think anybody would have a huge problem with that in a 5-12 game. But the fact that we've got both Tulane and JMU, because the ACC have the worst tiebreaker ever in the planet Earth on football, not to mention, as Gary Ferman, who joined us earlier, not only did they have the worst tiebreaker in college football history, they topped it by having the worst schedule for next year, where teams in the ACC, they moved to 9 games. But next year, not all of the teams will play 9 conference games. Some will just play 8. Others will play 9. If you want Miller and Moulton to treat you and the rest of the college football world like you're a legitimate football conference, you can't do this. This can't happen. How can anybody take this conference seriously? It's bad enough that Florida State's fallen on hard times and that Clemson appears to be a mess as well. But you can't have a conference. I mean, could you imagine right now Pittsburgh and Baltimore battling it out for the AFC North if one of them only played 16 games and the other played 17 games? I mean, think about how absurd this is. The ACC's got to get their you-know-what together. This is embarrassing. Some good college basketball tomorrow. A couple of system plays on Sunday for the record. For those of you that don't know, when a ranked team goes on the road, and they're favored, we take the unranked team and the points. That means take Wake Forest against Vandy, and I say it with through gritted teeth, take DePaul against UConn on Sunday. Enjoy all the football. We'll be back bright and early Monday morning. Thanks for listening to Miller and Moulton.
Your roof is your home's first line of defense. At Pelican Roofing of Florida, Ronnie John and their team bring years of experience to protect what matters most, your family and your business. From residential repairs to large-scale commercial roofing, we deliver honest work, fair pricing, and quality you can trust. An upgrade on your roof can lower your insurance costs. Don't wait for a leak to turn into a disaster. Call the experts at Pelican Roofing today. 1-866-9-PELICAN. That's 1-866-9-PELICAN. Online at pelicanroofingcompany.com. CCC 1332512.
The 2025 Industry Appreciation Awards in Fort Myers have wrapped up, but the celebration of business excellence continues, hosted by the Lee County Economic Development Office, Horizon Council, and Horizon Foundation. This annual event honors the innovators, job creators, and community builders driving the region forward. Visit industryappreciationawards.com to see this year's winners and learn how local businesses are shaping a stronger, more resilient economy for Lee County, building a better community through business, sports, and tourism.
American Paint Supplies, for nearly 30 years, is your one-stop shop for all your coating needs. If you are a designer, a contractor, a professional painter, or a weekend warrior, American Paint Supplies is the place where experts go to get expert solutions. At 6100 Shirley Street in Naples off of Pine Ridge, American Paint Supplies delivers the best solutions with the best products with the best support. Meet Gene and his team today at American Paint Supplies. Call 239-566-2700. That's 566-2700 or online at AmericanPaintSupplies.net.
Let's talk the big differences between Floor Meisters and the big box store that sells flooring. Floor Meisters is family owned. They do flooring, not doors, nuts and bolts, or weed killer. They specialize in it. They know it. Floor Meisters backs their installer. So if there's ever an issue, good chance the boss, TJ, will come out and make it right. Floor Meisters prices beat the box stores every day of the week. When you think flooring, think Floor Meisters in Naples. FloorMeisters.com. Real people, real prices, real quality selection. The Floor Meisters, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. They are helping me with sleep apnea. And by helping me, I mean curing me. No more CPAP machine. No more snoring. No more tossing. No more waking up exhausted. Their expert team got me the right treatment, fast and hassle-free. If you want to feel energized and get rid of your snoring, call Sleep Treatment Direct today. 444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
There's something magical about the holidays, and at the Diamond District, it's the season we look forward to all year long.
The lights, the laughter, the feeling of giving. That moment someone opens a gift that truly sparkles.
When you walk through our doors, our team is ready to welcome you with warmth and expert guidance. No pressure, just people who love helping you create unforgettable moments.
Stunning diamond jewelry to wrap up the wonder of the season.
The Diamond District, se habla español.
At the Diamond District.
This is Miller and Moulton.